steal next.
Dear reader, allow me to introduce you to my book. Though it might at first appear like many books you've come across, it is far from ordinary. You may, therefore, have some misunderstandings about its nature. The story that awaits you has not been fully told. In fact, its conclusion is not yet known, even to myself. It is in that way that my book is special. It is in that way that you are special. Without you, there is no story. Chapter 1. Normal isn't what it used to be. This is a story about change. Nestled in a shallow valley is the town of Beacon Pines. Far from the town square, across the river, past the neglected welcome sign, a young boy walks alone at dawn.
Well, there's a reasonable animation on the left-hand side of the page there.
His name is Luca Van Horn, and like you, dear reader, he's here for a reason.
Oh, I'm in control now. Okay. I'll sit back a little bit, so. We're in position here to do some gaming. Hey, Dad. Oh, shit. His dad's dead already? Oh, boy. Okay, well, he's dead. I turned down one notch.
Rollo was Luca's closest friend.
Too quiet. Maybe I just want the music down.
He possessed many fine qualities, but subtlety was not one of them.
Okay.
Rollo finally noticed the tears welling in his friend's eyes and the flowers on the grave.
Oh shit, is his mum dead as well? Oh no! Oh no! His mum and his dad, they're both dead. Oh Jesus, what a start to a game. Okay, she's not dead. Yet. Lead the way. Alright. Oh shit. Getting mixed up in the dandelions, eh? Find a charm. Tickle. Is it on A?
Wonderful! I had a good feeling about you from the moment you opened my book. That charm is a very special thing. Very special indeed. Keep hold of it for now. Its purpose will reveal itself soon enough.
Oh shit. They're starting their summer.
Rollo looked to the side suspiciously.
Ooh, who's they? This guy tells Gran. Alright, guys. Oh. Couldn't move until I
Dear reader, forgive me for this interlude. Remember that charm you found in the dandelion patch? There are more of those special charms to discover throughout Beacon Pines. They've been known to reveal themselves to those who are willing. Some of them can be found in this very house.
Oh shit, we're going charm hunting, guys.
One of his father's old stethoscopes. Luca had spent countless hours listening to anything and everything with it. Not for years, though.
But weird to add like a breath at the end of a sentence where you have to press X to continue, you know? It's one thing that, you know, when I'm editing my videos, if you have to breathe between your sentences, you know, just like cut it out.
Gran had already lit the fire. She kept a warm house, as if by grandmotherly obligation. Since Gran had moved in, the house was more peaceful, more orderly, and more covered in flowery fabric.
You need to get software to do it automatically. Remove the breaths.
The only piece of furniture Gran had brought when she moved in was an old hutch.
Is that what you call it? A hutch?
A pair of dull scissors, a broken can opener, a mostly empty bottle of glue, and some loose string.
Oh shit, we got some treasure. Sick.
An array of prepared meals crowded the refrigerator, each labeled with the day of the week.
Don't want to leave the fridge open. Oh, I gotta jump. Interesting. So I can go outside maybe?
Oh my, this is quite exciting. I am now certain that you are the one I've been waiting for all these years.
Oh no. Nobody else has played this game in so many years, huh?
You'll recall I was a bit coy regarding the use of charms earlier. Excuse me, I tend to have a flair for the dramatic. You are about to encounter your first turning point. There are certain times in this tale when everything hinges on a single word. Step forth, dear reader. Young Luca would spend hours hiding in the bushes, waiting for a chance to jump out and startle his mother. She always enjoyed humoring him by feigning terror. Luca stared at his feet and muttered under his breath.
Yeah, put the foot down, Grandma.
Right, of course. I forgot about the pajamas. A beginner's guide to gardening laid open on the bench.
Grandma needs a beginner's guide to gardening? Doesn't seem very likely. By the time you're that age,
Just
you got
some
some
dusty
strats.
knickknacks.
Gardening strats all figured out. Maybe there's some plants that she doesn't know about. She came to look after this kid.
Luca tossed on his favorite old sweater. Even though it was the first day of summer, a chill still hung in the air.
Oh, he's chilling for sure.
Gran's moving in meant that most of Luca's things had been crammed in the corner.
What, they share a bedroom?
Luca was somewhat annoyed by the situation.
What? What are these other two
Gran had
rooms?
commandeered the upstairs closet when she moved
What's
in.
a closet?
Some things need shelter from a young boy's mischief, she said.
Oh, shit. Charming it up.
Luca paused at his parents' bedroom door. He just wasn't ready to go in yet.
Oh, gosh. So Gran doesn't want to sleep in the parents' bed. That seems weird. Okay, well. Let's go outside. I wonder if there's like a sprint button.
The less Gran knew, the better for everyone involved.
Oh shit, here's where I make a choice. Chill or hide? I'm gonna close my eyes. And
We were just
chill.
gonna go chill for the day. The best lies are built on truth. Easy. Impressive. You've managed to navigate your first turning point without too much of a mess. That is the power of charms. A single word can change everything. I think it's time to introduce you to the Chronicle.
Is it? Really time to introduce to the Chronicle?
The Chronicle is a record of the decisions you've made. You can see the turning point, which has been revealed. At any time, you can use the Chronicle to go back and invoke different charms, creating new branches. Luckily for us, this is the one and only turning point where the charms won't dramatically alter fate. It's the perfect opportunity to experiment with rewriting things. We were just gonna go hide for the day. Traditionally, when one is trying to hide something, they avoid literally using the word hide.
Alright.
All's well that ends well.
Narrator's alright though, you know?
A sturdy old wheelbarrow.
Damn, those like kind of beeping noises to signify the speech actually kind of sound like I know just then. Can take the umbrella or anything? No. Does he need to pee or something? Can I run faster? Mashing all the buttons. What sort of secret is it? There's a sign pointing in that direction.
Chapter 2. Welcome to Beacon Pines. For many years, this valley had been a small mining outpost. It wasn't until Sharper Valentine built his fertilizer company that Beacon Pines was established. Over the next 30 years, the town had grown and prospered until the foul harvest and his sudden death. In the 6 years since, everyone was simply trying to get by.
Dude, I don't know, like, you know, fishing is about chilling for sure, but you gotta catch something, right?
Luca saw his dad's chair by the pond, it reminded him of the days they'd pack up a couple of sandwiches and fish until sundown.
Oh. Oh shit. Flashback.
Luca opened the tackle box and picked the perfect bait.
How can tickle be?
Luca gently baited a feather onto the hook.
Oh, okay.
Good for skimming the surface.
Fly fishing style, maybe. Okay. Well, that didn't work.
Luca gently baited
What
it
if I
for
go
skimming the surface.
tickle again? But change my reeling strategy. Oh, there we go, boys. Damn, look at those fishing skills he's got. Is that it?
Luca tied a shoestring to the hook. What fish could resist a nice shoestring?
It's like a faux worm, maybe? I don't know. In the end, it's all about fishing. Is that it? Can I go now? Okay, thank God. That was not what I wanted to be doing. Oh shit, we got a crazy treehouse hideout? Damn, looks sick. Oh, look at that sly look he's given. Come on, Roller. You know what you're doing. You're baiting us in there. Oh, calling him a chicken. That's harsh, you know? Oh, what a swell friend. All right.
On certain nights, when the clouds were just right, the boys could tune into strange patterns of static. Rollo thinks it's aliens. He always thinks it's aliens.
Oh, Rolo, eh? Oh, there's a door out here.
Luca's winter coat decommissioned for the summer. With the cold holding out longer than usual, he reconsidered its usefulness.
Oh, shit. Yeah, you can lie down there. That's useful.
After Luca's father had passed, Rollo became obsessed with them building their own Hank atomic star scraper. It was some time before Luca realized it was Rollo's way of keeping him occupied.
Oh, what a pal this Luca fellow is. Rollo fellow.
The boys had a good thing going. As long as they kept old Jeff happy, they had an endless source of precious materials to add to the treehouse.
Good old Jeff. Oh, that's not where I'm going. Where am I going? Don't know. What about down here? What are these people?
William Kerr was the CEO of Perennial Harvest Company.
Do you trust somebody who's dressed like that?
He had become a fixture
think so.
around town over the past few years. After the failing of Valentine fertilizer, the town was hungry to welcome a new source of employment.
Oh damn, he's got to cut loose, eh, this dude? Okay. Bit of a party coming up, eh? That's something to look forward to.
Mayor Augustus Valentine was not busy. Flustered, Gus instinctively loosened his tie.
Damn, this guy's had his spirit broken. What's the bet he's like in the pocket of big business and he's having stomach ulcers because of the stress or something? Damn, dude, are we gonna have to talk to all these people?
Mr. Sinclair continued snoring and lifted one eyelid just enough to see who it was, a tactic he often used to avoid undesirable conversation.
Yeah, why can't you just knock down that little fence to your right, though? Get a nice view of the stream. Talk to these people. I can't be bothered talking to all those animals in the middle there.
He pulled a pen from the pocket of his sweater vest and began to frantically jot something down on a clipboard.
Spend some time with the animations, you know, like every time somebody speaks, they kind of like go up, bump up for a second, and then speech bubbles are floating around. Adds a bit of dynamic character to the text. If you aren't going to give it full narration, I guess. Oh, I regret talking to this guy like crazy right now. Oh, here we go.
Pete stopped scribbling and glanced up from the clipboard.
Okay, well, I probably can't talk to that guy again until I get some more, charms. That's what they're called. I was trying to remember what they're called. Charms. Yeah, it was... a little bit boring. Maybe we can come and watch out the back here. Back of the coffee house is where all the cool kids are, eh? Zariel, that's a cool kid name for sure. If you never do what you don't love, never do what you don't love. Okay. What's down here? History Museum. Grocery and... oh, what's this? Huge watermelon? Oh boy. Got a charm just like that, eh? And I got a Steam achievement. Okay, let's go. Whatever. Roxy.
Oh, right. Rendezvous with Roxy. This is an important turning point.
Oh.
The first time where your charms will change the course of fate.
Oh, I've got a slap charm or something, don't I?
And currently, we only have one suitable charm at our disposal. Have no fear, we can always return later using the Chronicle once we find more charms. Well, now I'm just rambling. Where were we?
Oh, this is Rolo's brother? Sister? Okay, I like that. I like a bit of dialogue. Yeah, she's a chump. No. Wow, they're really leading us into some foul harvest stuff here. Sorry about that. Had to ban some spam bots in chat. Oh, damn, we gotta go
Rollo
harvest some
froze
carrots,
as
eh?
Roxy took a step toward him, cracking her knuckles. Luca knew he had one chance to save his friend from being dragged home.
What? Okay. Be a little smack?
In the past, he found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little chill.
I wonder if you have to line up all the words correctly for all the branches or whatever to get the correct ending. Maybe that's the game. Oh, okay, we're gonna go to the abandoned warehouse by ourselves, eh? She ain't interested.
A bit much, if you ask me.
Oh, we just gotta talk to Mr. Wilder. Is this Mr. Wilder? Who's this?
Holden Wilder ran the local paper of record, the Beacon.
It's a terrible name. Alright, well, let's go to the warehouse by ourselves. I'm so glad we got to talk to the reporter guy for him to tell us nothing. I can't believe they forced you to talk to the reporter. Oh, who's this guy? Nuncrete. That's a hell of a name.
A promise Gran regretted the second it was
Oh,
made.
shit. This guy's making moves on my grandma. Oh, okay. A real fine woman, eh?
The phone booth was brand new, part of Perennial Harvest's Beacon Pines Reborn initiative. It didn't see much use.
Yeah, it's all about broadband these days. Shy bugs, huh? Which way is the warehouse? Is it down here? Like,
The path led
Oh.
into a small hollow at the edge of Weepwood. The fence thrummed with a gentle electric buzz.
I think I can fit through that little gap.
Luca often asked himself what Rollo would do, so that he could rule out that option.
Oh, got him. Rollo, you make bad calls, buddy. You just got roasted by the narrator.
As sparks flew from the fence, the light atop that section shut off. 2 bulbs remained.
Oh, shit.
One more to go.
Disabling the electric fence.
The fence's
One
buzzing
piece
gave
of fruit
way
at a time.
to silence. Every kid in town knew the old Valentine fertilizer building. Long abandoned, the warehouse once served as the industrial heart of Beacon Pines. Now, it stood only as a reminder of things left behind. The dormant building showed strange signs of life.
It's kind of toxic in there.
There was only one way to find out.
I need to come back with a roller maybe to get some treasure out of the
The
trash.
water looked almost diseased. It flowed slowly into the woods.
Shit, diseased water. Let's splash around in it, guys.
The hose emitted a subtle sound. It was actively draining some kind of liquid. Luca thought he heard faint sounds coming from the other side of the door. He pressed his ear against the cold metal to hear better. The sound of footsteps grew louder.
Oh 29. That's a hell of a charm to get.
The heavy steel door knocked Luca to the ground. Disoriented, he looked up to see an imposing figure silhouetted in a green glow. It lunged toward him. He tried to scramble away, but felt a gloved hand latch onto his ankle.
Oh, the narrator's going hard here.
Luca watched his fingernails leave trails in the dirt as the hand slowly dragged him back through the door, into the lab, into the green light.
What? It's a story about change, not a story about shit? Come on now.
This is a story about change. It was far from the sort of change Luca imagined for himself. But change is, after all, a dangerous animal. The end? I probably should have warned you about this. There are many paths that our story can take. Most will end in tragedy. But don't let that discourage you. We will find the ending that this story deserves. From here on out, a charm will have a check mark when it's been used to its full potential at a given turning point. Now, let's try something different. This is a story about change. It was far from the but change the I probably should. There are most will. We will find the end. From here on out. Now, let's.
Oh. Change this to shit.
In the past, he found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little shit.
Oh, damn. Did I just sock? Oh, kick it? Okay. It's gonna be a punch. Yeah, now we got my homie Rollo. Some reinforcements. Hey, get out of the way, Nuncreed. Shame. Oh, shit. That's a good saying. I like that saying. Need to mate. This is some, you know, some game I got from Humble Bundle. Just crossing some games off the Steam library list, you know. It's okay so far. It's pretty, you know, pretty chill. I might play some, something else. I don't know.
As the glowing windows of the old warehouse came into view,
Cool.
Rollo began to bounce
I
excitedly.
don't know. What is it called? Something Pines? Beacon Pines? I think it's Beacon Pines. It's kind of like a time-skipping kind of thing. So I've already come to this place once. And you get these like words, and then you put them in other places in the story, and it kind of changes what happens next. And that puddle that he's stepping in his toxic waste. It takes a special mind to enjoy company heroes, you know? Gotta be ready to go into battle, you know? It's not a very relaxing game. A lot of people play games to like mega chill. Go like one minor step above just watching a movie kind of tier of gaming, you know? Which is all good. Yeah, you know, I think the takeaway from that video is don't aim move everything. Aim move long range infantry and tanks sometimes. I don't like that squishy noise it made. Hey, this guy's going crazy. Oh shit, walkie-talkies in the dumpster? Damn, dude. It's a jackpot if you're a kid. I think this is like a fictional action hero or something in their world. Role-playing. Didn't notice this in the bin, eh? There he is. Hazmat suits obstructing his vision. No, that looks like a body bag. What do you guys reckon?
The boy sat petrified under the weight of the bag. Rollo felt around at the large sack which burdened them. He snapped off a tag from just within a small zipper opening in the bag. Rollo held the badge up to a faint shaft of light within the dumpster.
Okay, man, you can't be playing that dumb. Is that like a rotting arm that he's picked up? Yeah, it kind of looks like it. Why would you count to 100?
Lucas sat in the dark, tracking the sound of Rollo's footsteps as he ran. 1, 2, 3. He pressed his ear to the dumpster wall, straining to hear Rollo's footsteps as they faded away. 15, 16, 17. He tried not to think about the contents of the dumpster.
There's no way you're counting to 100. You're sharing a dumpster with a
35,
dead body.
36, 37. The thick stench made it hard to breathe. Screw it, that's long enough. Luca carefully lifted the lid and peered out.
The lid was open. We just saw the lid open.
Nothing. No sign of Rollo. No sign of the man in the yellow suit. Time to haul ass. Luca clambered from the dumpster, stumbling to his knees. He was up like a shot and running, sprinting toward home as fast as he could. Beacon Pines flew by, blurred by the tears that welled up in his eyes. He wouldn't remember getting home at all that night.
What's that night? How's it nighttime already?
Throwing his front door open, storming up the stairs to his room and surrendering to sleep almost as abruptly as he hit his pillow. Chapter 3.
You gotta put on your pajamas.
Finding a friend.
You learn anything from your grandma?
The next morning, it was quieter than usual at the breakfast table. Only the sound of silverware and chewing interrupted the awkward silence.
Miss a jam, eh? Playing hide and seek, that's what we were doing. What? Why do we need a phone booth in town if everybody's got a phone already? Oh boy, Rollo's gone missing. We got to form a search party. Here it is.
Gran's brow furrowed. She let out a long sigh. Her voice was quiet and even.
Damn, we're getting told, eh? She's laying down the law. I feel like Luke is a bit of a troublemaker, a bit of a mischief man. Maybe he's going to make a break for it. Though, I would be perfectly happy to just go to sleep or whatever and wait for Gran to get back. Personally. We've already explored most of the house, right? Maybe I'm feeling bold enough to go into my...
An eerie electronic sound echoed from Luca's bedroom.
Parents' room. Alright, there's some Morse code. Oh, I'm glad we got that word
Luca
now.
glanced at the now silent walkie-talkie. He wasn't sure what to think.
Maybe this kid just doesn't know anything about Morse code, you know? I think he's 12, though. I think they said he's 12 in the story. Oh, shit. As I expected.
A pit formed in Luca's stomach.
Oh, if he's gone missing, you might have to just tell them.
Luca's mouth felt dry.
No,
Luca
no,
could
no.
feel his heart
I'm not going out of
beating
the
in
house.
his throat.
Grandma's instructions. Okay, well, apparently I am, because that's what the quest tells me to do. Let's go to the library.
The road leading to Beacon Pines was long and a sort of natural barrier for the impatient.
Off to the library. Oh, something feels different this time, eh? How you doing, Rivet? Come on, man. I know you're trying to be cool and playing it off, but one of your mates' brothers has gone missing. Time to take some action, you know?
Kato volunteered at the library during the summers. He wasn't very social, so he'd dedicate each summer to becoming an expert in a single subject, making him a reliable source of very particular knowledge. If you were to ask Kato something he didn't know, he'd escape into the dusty old bookshelves and return with just the right thing. Kato was lost in his reading. Luca crooked his neck to see the title, Introduction to Melitology.
I don't know what that is. Actually, they kind of remind me of like the launch chart. Co3 launch chart. You know how they had those like heads? They don't really use that art anymore, but yeah, I do see a bit of a resemblance there. It's not a bad call.
He gestured to the shelves.
It was so weird, that launch out they had for Co3, right? Not good. I haven't really noticed the portraits too much myself. Game was more balanced at launch? No, it wasn't. do you not remember like paratroopers just with free infinite reinforce from the plane? Or the 8-rad? The 8-rad was crazy back then. So, that was definitely not more balanced. Maybe like the win rates might have been more even, but you could only play like one build, one very narrow build if you wanted to do anything, if you wanted to win, you know? Very, very narrow what you could do, even considering how fresh the game was at the time. Okay, well, there's no roller at the library. Did I cross off the, that quest? Check the library. Yes, I did cross it off. Wasn't sure. Let's look at some books
There were rarely
first.
any actual new additions. Simply a variety of existing content rotated into the front display each week.
This guy wants to talk.
Beck's family moved often, giving her little time to establish any real connections. She would tell you she prefers it that way.
Damn, she's got dark grey text box, eh? I think that's the first
Luca shifted his
person
feet
who's had a
uncomfortably.
unique colour for their text.
Beck pulled a coin from her pocket.
The unlucky penny. Okay, we got a homie now. This is the way to the woods. Oh, look at what's happened up here. Oh, we never came down here last time.
Luca felt a chill as he approached Beck. Her eyes were locked on the strange green liquid. The nearby grass was coated in a fine layer of frost. Luca watched as Beck dipped a broken tree branch into the goo. Beck's eyes widened as flowers grew from the dead wood.
Oh, shit.
First small buds, which quickly bloomed into vibrant petals. As quickly as they had grown, the flowers began to shrivel and turn gray. Beck dropped the stick with a grunt of disgust.
Oh, damn. You can already tell this character on the right here is going to be antagonistic. Look at that face. That's somebody who's out to cause some trouble, you know? And do some gossiping. That's weak. Oh shit, these kids are harsh, dude. Parents skipped out on them? That's brutal. Oh. Oh. Jesus Christ.
Iggy took a step towards Luca, his sneer lit by the glowing puddle. Beck could see tears welling in Luca's eyes, his fists clenched.
Oh shit, am I gonna sock
Some
you in the
things about
face?
Beacon Pines were very
Straight
different
into
from
the
the city.
toxic waste puddle?
But a bully from a hayseed town is really no different from a city bully. Beck took a deep breath and thought.
Time to bust out the tickles. Here we go, we're going tickles, boys.
Well, time to bust out the tickles. Beck lunged forward and began to tickle under Tish's arms. Tears began to form in Tish's eyes as she gasped for breath between gales of laughter.
Oh, that's her laugh? Hey up. I was like... it was like a cattle call, like trying to herd some kind of animal. Like a cowboy.
Beck redoubled her efforts until Tish finally had had enough. Iggy's eyes darted around, a realization dawning on his face that he was now outnumbered.
This is a guy on the right? Whoa, I thought this was a girl. Okay.
Iggy kicked at the puddle before making his escape.
Oh shit. That's not good.
Beck shook the ooze out of her hair as best as she could. Chapter 4. The Best Policy. Luca paused for a moment, catching his breath. He'd only just met Beck, and somehow he already managed to drag her into this mess. Hopefully he could make it up to her. But finding Rollo was his primary concern.
Well, my grandma's not gonna like this, though. I'm causing trouble. This is a dead end down here, eh? Alright. Oh, strong lead.
Roxy and Fitz looked drained. It was clear they'd spent all day searching. Roxy's temper could often be dismissed as the impatience of an older sibling. But this was the most intense Luca had ever seen her. Her eyes were wild and unfocused, looking straight through Luca. In a torrent of rambled words and tears, Luca broke down.
Yeah, okay, here we go. Okay, there it goes, eh? It's all out in the open.
Roxy, still exhausted and angry, softened briefly as her eyes hunted the ground in thought. With a determined sigh, she looked up at Luca. Roxy drew herself up. Roxy tried to think of the safest place to send Luca. Luca wiped his cheeks and gave a quick nod.
Oh shit, strange happenings are going on, eh?
Looking into the puddle, Roxy rubbed her arms to warm up.
Alright, let's go to the treehouse. Can't remember where the treehouse was.
Mr. Nuncreed jumped with a start. Luca motioned to the phone
What a
booth.
nosy ass kid. Oh, this rotten boy. Oh, this old fella doesn't think much of Rolo, does he?
Mr. Nuncreed gently placed one of his substantial hands on Luca's shoulder. Luca peered up at Mr. Nuncreed. Kind eyes warmed a stern face. There was a deeper emotion hiding beneath it all. It was subtle, but Luca could sense something eating away at him.
Oh, I only have shame as the option. When am I going to get to use the shit word?
There was
Oh, I have
shame
already used it.
lurking behind those eyes. A deep sad. If Mr. Nuncreed was that worried about Rolo, maybe he could help.
Oh, I used shit. I forgot about that.
Mr. Nuncreed raised an eyebrow. Mr. Nuncreed's shoulders slumped.
Oh shit, he's in it. Deep state.
A deep sigh bellowed from his chest. Luca attempted to take a
Here it
step
is.
back, but Nuncreed's
Conspiracies
hand
were
clamped
real.
down on his shoulder. With a firm shove, Nuncreed manhandled Luca into the phone booth. The door latched shut with a mechanical hiss.
Oh shit, this is going to take me down to a secret prison.
As Luca pounded the glass, the floor dropped from
Yep.
under his feet. The inside of the phone booth was now a loose capsule, plummeting at gravity's whim. Luca winced and pressed his hands to the walls. As he braced for impact, the capsule hurried to a surprisingly smooth stop. He felt a cold rush of air and opened his eyes with hesitance. Two large figures in hazmat suits occluded his view. Luca heard the deep, resigned voice of Mr. Nuncreed over an intercom. He knows too much.
Oh shit.
The end.
Oh, that's the end of
Wait.
it.
No. This isn't the end. I know there's still much more. Somehow this went wrong. Okay, let's try.
Well, we have to go back to here and do strange then, don't we?
Well, time to bust out the strange.
Busting out the strange. Sounds like something you'd say before exposing your genitalia.
Beck stared in silence, the only sign of life being the twitch of an eye. At the sight of Iggy taunting Beck, something in Luca snapped. Iggy's smirk shifted to a look of shock as Luca launched himself into his stomach.
Oh,
Iggy's
shit.
clothes were drenched in the glowing ooze. Iggy's voice began to slur as he struggled to get up.
Oh, a struggle now, eh? Oh, he got mutated by those.
The person at the warehouse. The strange ooze and what it did to Iggy. Was Rollo caught up in all of this?
All right. Yeah, this guy's just slime ball. Need to talk to Nelly. Oh, I guess.
Beck glanced toward Luca.
The parents know each other.
Rollo was safe. A wave of relief washed over Luca, which was quickly replaced by a sense of dread. Gran is going to kill me. If he hurried, he might just make it home before sundown.
Damn, he's been out all day.
Our harvest awaits. Luca took a deep breath and gingerly opened the door, steeling himself for Gran's wrath.
Oh, shit, is she outside? Huh? Upstairs, maybe, in the bedroom.
Luca was alone. The house was empty.
Catch some.
Luca was sitting by the
Z's.
pond, listening to small waves lap against a rock. His father sat in a folding chair in front of him. Without turning, he spoke. "Why don't you grab me some nice bait?" "Sure thing, Dad." Luca hopped over to the tackle box and popped open the lid. Inside was a rolling, buzzing mass. "We're fishing with bees?" Luca's father gave a warm chuckle. "Well, you catch more fish with bees than honey. Pick us out a good one." Luca closed his eyes and plucked out a bee. He could feel its wings struggle between his finger and thumb.
People fish with bees?
Holding it at arm's length, he hurried over. His father deftly baited the hook and examined his work. Interesting choice. With a practiced flick of the wrist, the line buzzed in a graceful arc. The water accepted it without a splash or ripple. The wrong choice. But I respect it. The pond began to freeze over. Sometimes we gotta make the wrong choice before we can make it right. Pallid ice propagated across the still surface with an alarming speed. Luca scrambled back as the ground beneath him turned cold. "Dad,
I don't understand. Sorry, kiddo.
You guys-
Understanding isn't always part of the deal.
You know,
The relentless
hearing
ice
about dreams
shot
is
through
just
the
not
fishing line
very
toward his
interesting
father.
either, I feel. Even if it's in a game like this.
Dad, look out! His father casually wound the reel. None of it's your fault, you know. Never was. Dad, we have to go! Luca grabbed his father's shoulders, trying to pull him away. Please, you have to run! The ice crackled as it spread across his father's hands. That's the thing about fishing, Luca. His chest began to crystallize. You toss your hook in, and you never know what you're gonna pull out. A shock of searing cold ran up Luca's arms. He gave one last desperate tug. The chair tipped backwards in a single frozen mass. Luca tried to stop the momentum, but it was too late.
Actually,
He watched the
I
icy
went to
form
this
of his
restaurant
father
once
slam
where it was
into
like
the
a
hard
big-
ground, shattering into 1,000 pieces that crowded around his feet.
big place where you could fish in the middle of it, and then they'd take the fish that you caught and then cook it for you. When I was like 12.
Dad, I don't understand. What does all this mean?
Pretty crazy.
The gentle rustle of leaves was the only reply.
Oh shit. No grand still?
Luca's eyes struggled to focus on the walkie-talkie. Faintly, he could hear Rollo amongst the noise. Rollo's voice was coming through more clearly now, but some words were still just static.
Oh, we're gonna have to fill these words in, eh? Oh, he's a dirty liar.
The signal went silent. Luca held still, waiting for a response, his pounding heartbeat marking the passage of time. Lolo's voice began to fade. With that, the signal died for good.
Alright, the treehouse. That's the next clue, eh?
Luca grabbed the walkie-talkie and sprinted to the treehouse.
Alright, let's go to the treehouse.
Luca heard a group of footsteps approaching. He dashed behind the bushes to avoid being spotted.
Oh shit, it's Gran. Oh, is she in on it?
Mr. Tolliver paused, shifting his eyes to one side. Mr. Tolliver took one long, quiet breath.
All right. Operation Sparkplug, huh?
The three shared a determined look.
Maybe this is like a counter big business squad. undo the dangers of the toxic factory. Do we know who Tolliver is? Okay. To the tree house. Rolo! Rolo!
Luca could only see a cloaked shape behind the rocket. He strained to hear as a muffled voice began. Fear gripped Luca's throat.
Oh, is it that guy that got pushed into the toxic
Luca stared at
sludge?
the ground for a moment, trying to place the dampened voice. The figure shifted slowly from behind the rocket, revealing itself to Luca.
Oh boy. Damn, pushing that person into a puddle. They got crazy.
Luca reached over empathetically. Iggy's tone jolted to dejected anger. Luca slumped to the ground, overwhelmed by guilt.
You should feel damn guilty. Oh boy, this guy's getting roasted. Oh shit, they're coming for me. Oh no. Stay away from the treehouse, not go to it. Oh my goodness, quite a few. Viewable purchase people coming in here, eh? I think the auto mod's taking care of them. Arboreal domicile. That's a good one. I like it. Oh, there's a lot of it. The clipboards. Dun dun dun.
Iggy slumped to his knees. Luca grabbed the walkie-talkie and headed for the window. Luca and Iggy climbed up the back of the treehouse to its roof, where Rollo had constructed his MCDC, the Mission Control Defense Cannon. From behind the crowd of clipboards, William Kerr strode forward, a warm smile on his face.
Damn Kerr. Honking big question, eh? Oh, damn, kids.
Kerr's smile faltered.
Getting hated.
Luca's grip tightened on the
Yeah, everyone's a
MCDC.
sore throat, guys. I agree. For now. Oh, I get to decide. What options have I got, boys, on the branching
Luca's mind
tree or whatever?
raced. He was caught in a trap. What do you do when there's no hope? He wiped his cheeks with a sleeve. What are you gonna do, Luca?
Well, I've only got one option, so
Luca drew himself
wise it
up
is.
and decided to take the only option they had left. Fight.
Wait.
He swung the Mission Control Defense Cannon around, aiming it confidently at the smirking face of William Kerr. Luca summoned his most insolent demeanor. Kerr turned his back on the two boys. With a nonchalant
Oh
wave of the
shit!
hand,
In this.
he made his exit.
Okay. That's some
As the
straight talk.
clipboards began to slowly advance on the treehouse, Luca looked to Iggy with resignation in his eyes. The end.
Oh, that's it. Another dead end, eh?
That escalated quickly. Maybe let's put a pin in this.
Okay, we've got another option over here. Struggle instead of change.
This is a story about struggle. Luca could hear a machine humming somewhere nearby. He felt around wildly, searching for something, anything that could help. His hands found a hard object, maybe a tile. He yanked it free, lifting the cold stone. Let me go! Luca swung the tile as hard as he could at the shape that still held fast to his leg. He heard the crack of glass as the stone hit the assailant's mask. With a muffled yelp, the hand let go. Luca was free and scrambled to the door. He never looked back once on the long run home. Chapter
Did he
3.
get caught?
Everything's fine. The next morning, it was quieter than usual at the breakfast table. Only the sound of silverware and chewing interrupted the awkward silence.
Mess of jam, huh? Bag and wag. And Fratelli. Oh, your jam, eh? Oh, your jam. You'll know it's a code word for something else. Think my grandmother's in on the conspiracy? I think there's a good chance. Ooh. Business proposition. Alright. Let's go delivering. Yeah, it was aliens, dude. Yeah, it's a whole thing. I'm gonna take all day to deliver this jam to 3 places in a very small town. Who am I delivering this to? Mr. Nuncreed, Miss Fratelli. I don't know who Fratelli is. Is this Fratelli over here? I can't talk to her, so maybe not. Who's this? Oh, maybe over here? Who's this?
Huddled at his counter, Hiram Tolliver was meticulously shining apples. More accurately, Hiram Tolliver was meticulously shining one apple. With a yelp, Mr. Tolliver fumbled the apple, flailing at the air as it fell. He leaned forward and lowered his voice.
Ooh. So he leaned forward and lowered his voice.
He leaned in a bit further. Mr. Tolliver leaned back, speaking loud enough for anyone to hear. He reached forward and snapped up the jars of jam, giving Luca a little wink.
Damn, is my gran getting around in this town? Kinda sounds like it.
He leaned in for a final whisper.
I don't know, man. There's some funny business going on. She must be a very desirable lady.
Mr. Nuncreed eyed Luca for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Luca handed the jam to Mr. Nuncreed.
He doesn't want to see you, buddy.
It with both hands.
Okay, he's eating the jam solo, eh? Just so he can meet my grandmother. who's the last jam delivery to? Mrs. Fratelli. I don't know who that is. Hey, Lady Right Suit. Who's this? You stand.
Dawn had dreams of becoming a big-time reporter. At night,
Yeah,
she searched for the story that could be her big break. By day, she hawked papers at the newsstand.
Very heartwarming art style. Oh yeah, we went back in time so far. I forgot about the new kid. Oh no, that's not good. Who talks like that, dude? Oh, that must make for some interesting dinner table conversation. Oh.
She leaned forward and pinched Luca's cheek.
Oh damn, did my mum used to work at the diner? Okay, we got break now as a word we can use. She's out there somewhere. Maybe she's been detained by this evil mega corporation.
Luca shifted the basket uncomfortably. Mrs. Fratelli lifted the cloth and inspected the jam.
Why not? Alright, so that's who Fratelli is. Works at the diner. And this is the mayor who is just a useless dude. But he's not. No charisma. I'm not so sure it'll be great. I think it'll suck because of your bad speech. This has got to be pizza toppings, right? But good or bad? Oh damn, eh? Well. Oh, lying to her mum about having a new friend? Lame.
Beck locked eyes with Luca.
Who's Beck?
The look on her face was equal parts expectant and desperate.
Oh shit. I was wondering how animals would have children and what they would look like in this game, but apparently
Beck gave Luca a
they
quick
can
nudge.
look a lot different to the appearance. Oh, damn. 5 friends, eh? How are you going to make friends, like, on the first day you move in or something, though, you know? Like, lots of friends. Okay, we're off to a flying start. What about my grandmother? She won't be approving of me having dinner at a stranger's house without permission. Little cottage next to the big mansion. Don't know if we've been there yet. Okay, maybe it's to the right. Maybe we can't go there yet. Well, I guess we're going there now because there's no side quest to go tell my grandmother first. Who's this jabroni? Another day further down the tubes.
Jeff dug through his pockets for a bit.
Think he's got a soup can and a brown banana in his pocket. Very useful. Be carrying that. Guessing we're going right here. I don't know if I've ever been right. Here we are, the big creepy gate. Bunch of shady stuff. Yeah, okay. What's the foul harvest? Can't keep teasing us like that. Next time, I agree. Next time foul harvest is brought up, we need to hear what it was.
Beck took a long breath, then gave a firm nod.
Here goes nothing.
Chapter 4. Dinner with the Moodwills.
Dude, we're back at page 43. I think I was at page like 52.
Ilona Moodwill was
Before?
worried about change. A gardener at heart, she understood the necessity of change, relied on it even. But there was a difference between the controlled world of her plants and this cluttered cottage in a strange town. Almost done. Nellie was a blur of activity, digging through boxes. Sorry, love. Couldn't find the dishes. We'll have to make do with paper plates. Dinner went by without much conversation.
As she watched Beck and Luca finish up their pizza, Ilona let herself relax into the chair. The things she cared about were still here. Nellie finally had the job of her dreams. Beck was beginning to take root. Ilona's task was simply to tend to them. She could do that.
Yeah. Oh, right around the time of the foul harvest, eh?
Luca's eyes were fixed to his plate, pushing a chunk of pineapple around with his finger. Nellie was the one who eventually broke the silence.
No, he's crestfallen.
Ilona nervously gestured toward the boxes. Luca wiped his face with his sleeve.
Oh, he's roasting it right back, talking about work, eh?
Beck
Damn.
gave Luca a swift kick under the table.
Luke is cold-blooded. Deep engineering. Oh, damn. That's the person who got killed in the dumpster.
Luca glanced over to Beck. She seemed to be holding her breath.
Oh, here we go, eh? They're getting into it.
Beck slammed her fist into the table, perhaps harder than she intended. Luca glanced outside to gauge the time. The sky was darker than he expected, filled with ominous clouds.
Oh, ominous clouds. Almanac?
Luca wiped his mouth
the
one
almanac,
last time
eh?
with his napkin and started to get up. Surprised, Luca turned around. He knew Rollo could be prickly around new people. But Beck seemed cool. Rollo would warm up to her eventually, probably.
Break or rumble? Oh, going the eyes closed technique.
Luca began
Right.
to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to break, revealing patches of star-filled summer night.
Ooh.
Moonlight filtered down, shimmering in the treetops.
Oh, she's coming with them.
Luca stopped himself mid-sentence.
All right.
Luca saw Beck skulking by the gate.
She's in. She's in the crew.
Beck grabbed the wrought iron bars and shook the gate.
Oh, shit. Curious. Oh, that's probably the person we smashed the visor of last time. Common threat.
Beck's voice was an excited whisper.
Oh, that rube. That's a good word, rube. That rube. Yeah, that's a good one.
The mysterious figure retracted their
Oh.
mask, hair pushing out from all corners.
Is it my mum? Is that my mum?
A chill ran down Luca's spine. His vision blurred. Beck stifled a sharp wince, and Luca looked down to see himself wrenching her hand. Gran tousled her hair back under the
Gran.
face mask.
Oh shit, it was Grant.
Gran gave Eris a curt nod and disappeared.
The plot thickens. It's a Gran whose visor we smashed the other day.
Chapter 5. What big ears you have. Lucas sat shivering in the bushes, staring at his feet. After checking to make sure the coast was clear, Beck gave him a gentle tug on his sweater.
That was my grandmother wearing that. Yeah. Alright, treehouse time. What's this down here?
After the foul harvest destroyed their wealth and reputation, the Valentines shuttered off their estate from the rest of town.
Nothing. Treehouse.
The clipboard finished writing with a scratchy flourish and looked up. Mr. Nuncreed, arms crossed over his paunch,
Oh,
gave an
damn.
exhausted
Nuncreed's
sigh.
coming in with the hotlines, eh? Damn.
He snatched the pad and scribbled his name so hard the pen nearly snapped. The clipboards looked at each other for a moment, almost pondering the possibility, then broke into laughter as they walked away.
Oh, we don't have to talk to that guy again. Doesn't look like it. Oh, he's Rolo. Oh, yeah, here we go. You gotta say the foul harvest. Yeah, you gotta tell us. Yeah. Valentine died. There's a bare batch of fertilizer. One bad batch, they go out of business. It's not a very robust business plan. Decontaminated the groundwater. That doesn't sound good.
Rollo waggled his head with pride.
It's a pretty sick treehouse, though. You gotta say, that's a good old treehouse. Lavish. Now what? Oh my god, really? Oh my god, this is crazy. Is this really the gameplay they want us to be experiencing?
Luca sucked in a long breath.
Here we go. Could have been your grandmother.
Rollo let out a low whistle.
Here we go. Now it's popping off.
Rollo and Luca shot back a look.
Getting up to some mischief, eh? It's all a cover-up. Oh. Is it even my gran in the first place?
the window.
She's taking extended trips out, eh? Very suspicious.
Chapter 6.
Page 57 now. I wonder how many
Secret
pages
lair.
there are on this game.
Summer forged ahead, but the nights only seemed to grow colder. Luca walked home slowly under the pale starlight, cautious to avoid any more surprises lurking in the shadows. Reaching home, he slipped quietly into bed, half dreading what they might discover the next day.
Get those PJs off. You know what your grand's gonna say. Where's my walkie-talkie at, by the way? Oh, maybe I don't have walkie-talkie in this timeline. Oh, he's got one of those Sherlock Holmes hats, eh?
Luca and Beck rolled their eyes as Rollo strutted across the room.
It's got to be in the closet,
Rollo
right? Where
flung
she
open the cabinet with confidence.
said,
He coughed as a veil of dust hit his face.
people aren't gonna go through. Come on, go to the closet. Yeah, here we go, the closet. Here we go, here we go. Berry bushes. Dishware, eh?
A look of realization crept onto Luca's face. All three kids snapped to glance at each other, then sprinted in turn toward the kitchen.
Rollo's a bit taller than me.
Before he could finish, Luca scrambled up Rollo's back.
I think that's supposed to be funny, but alright.
The three crowded around the hutch to peer in. With the glass doors opened, a perfect porcelain display gleamed in front of them. Their eyes searched for anything amiss, but the only distinct feature was its impeccability. As Beck pulled on one of the teacups, it slanted forward with a hollow click.
Oh boy, secret passage.
The entire hutch began to rustle and slide under its own power.
Oh, okay. Quite like the music behind this scene.
Luca jostled each cabinet drawer in turn. Only one was unlocked. He fingered through the filing cabinet, pausing at a bulging folder labeled Walter. For a long moment, he just stared at it. Luca nodded and caressed the label with his thumb. Rollo swiped the folder from the drawer and began leafing through the pages. He whistled to himself, barely looking at the text.
I'll do a quick rifle through, see if anything pops out.
He stopped at a page and mimed, holding up a monocle.
Will be.
Rollo looked up with heightened surprise.
Will be.
Rollo's finger traced across the page.
Oh, tap water.
Rollo scanned through several more pages. Luca, staring blankly at the cabinet this whole time, spoke softly. Rollo rustled the folder, trying to loose more pages. Luca frantically shoved the remaining cabinet folders, trying to find another labeled Walter.
That's where he disappeared.
Luca slammed the drawer shut.
Well, we're definitely uncovering some things.
A spider web of string connected photos of people from the town, interspersed with hastily scrawled notes.
Gus Valentine. I don't know who that is. Maybe he's the mayor? That's some good piano, dude. Looks like explosives. Yeah. Incendiary. Oh, we got a new word.
Rollo casually spun open a lid and dipped his finger in the jam. He smacked his lips. Rollo plunged his hand in the jar, fishing out a soggy slip of paper. Rollo offered the slimy note to Luca and licked his fingers clean.
Grand Jamgram. Oh, Grand's going in disguise.
crowded around a worn-down old map of Beacon Pines.
Okay, old map, eh?
Rollo carefully traced the path with his finger.
His finger still got some jam on it.
He jabbed down at the end point.
Gonna make the map sticky. Oh shit, they're putting a bomb in the fountain. For the bomb. Bomb festival. Oh shit, we're gonna get found out.
Luca looked up from the map. Beck flicked off the light, and they became statues in the dark. Overhead, creaking floorboards bent under slow, deliberate steps. The kids looked up, the tilt of their necks following each footfall. Then suddenly, it stopped. Without realizing, they'd been holding their breath. All three exhaled shakily and glanced at each other. A muffled male voice broke the silence.
This is the shopkeeper guy. Pretty sure from that
The final few
silhouette.
footsteps reached the entrance above them, and the voice now echoed down the stairs. The three kids shuffled to the corners without a peep. As he began to descend the stairs, the man's voice punctuated every new step. Thump. 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 At the bottom step, the man paused, squinting to search the room for signs of life. Rollo shifted suddenly. Luca gave him an intense, chastising look and whispered through clenched teeth.
You're whispering in a room that small, people are gonna hear you.
It was too late. Rollo was already inching toward the stairway. He screeched as he charged toward the shadowy figure. With all his weight, Rollo tackled the man to the ground. From the dark corner, they saw something move. Luca scrambled to the hunched figure on the ground. Pressing his fingers to the man's neck, he sighed with relief. As Beck flicked back on the light,
Damn.
Luca and Rollo both gasped in stereo. Chapter 7. The Interrogation of Hiram Tolliver. Still unconscious,
Oh
Mr.
shit, we're
Tolliver
gonna
slept
interrogate him
heavily
next
in a
day.
shoddy old chair. His hands were bound with rope, his feet tied with some loose string. The kids huddled in a circle, discussing their plan. One thing was certain, they couldn't just let Mr. Tolliver go. They needed to know what he was doing in Luca's house. After some deliberation, it was decided.
Good cop. I've only got chill as an
They'd
option.
run the classic good cop, chill cop interrogation.
I don't really like that.
Luca walked calmly to the light switch, flicking it off and on a few times. Mr. Tolliver shook his head, gathering his wits. He looked over to find Luca, who returned a calming grin. Rollo and Beck emerged from hiding to give a timid wave.
Call it even, eh? Just let me out of these ropes.
Luca glanced over to Rollo and Beck, who replied with skeptical looks.
Just call it even. Why don't you just tell me why you're still tied up, eh?
Mr. Tolliver exhaled with disappointment.
It's the long con.
Luca gestured to the corner. Luca looked again to Rollo and Beck. This time they shrugged. Luca began to slowly loosen the bindings. Mr. Tolliver gently rubbed his wrists. He edged imperceptibly toward the stairs as he spoke. Before the kids had even noticed his movement, Mr. Tolliver was at the light switch. He punctuated his final words by flicking the switch and rushing up the stairs. Beck darted to the wall and turned back on the lights. It was too late. Rollo confirmed what they all heard. Mr. Tolliver's muffled voice came from behind the door.
It's for your own good, eh? Okay. I see how it is.
They looked bewildered at each other. They heard the staccato thump of quick steps exiting the house.
What happens if they need to go to the toilet while they're down there?
The kids looked down in resignation. This isn't how it goes in Hank Atomic. For some reason, they'd always assumed it was up to them to save their town. Luca opened his mouth,
Still will
hoping
be.
to conjure some magical words to make this right. Only a hollow croak escaped. The end.
Yeah, okay. The end.
Well, we certainly aren't going to find a grand resolution. Back to the drawing.
So we can only change one thing, which is rumble.
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to rumble with ominous thunder.
I wonder what happens if you pick the correct option first. Will it still make you play through the other option with like a dead end? It kind of feels like you're forced into every branch of the story.
Luca surveyed the roiling clouds. At that moment, the heavens opened up, unleashing torrential rain.
Oh damn, sleepover situation, eh?
Luca squinted into the eye hole of the microscope. Luca adjusted the slide with his fingers to get a better look. Luca wiped his hand off on his sweater and gave a nervous laugh. Beck looked down, timidly tapping the ladder with her feet.
Yeah, that's very weird. Chewing 47-day-old gum. Oh, vacuum tubes, eh? State of the art.
Luca flicked at one of the toggles.
Ah, shucks.
Luca bent down to examine the bouquet of wilting flowers. Judging by the odor, they were well past their prime.
Oh, pungent, eh?
He flipped open the attached card.
Going away cards. Oh shit, that's a big jump. Yeah, it looked like it would.
Beck took a moment to watch the rivulets of water running down the window.
Looking at
Luca took a deep
problem.
breath,
Oh,
exhaling slowly.
damn, things are getting deep here. Listen here, you miserable universe. That's the line.
Luca let out a feral scream that echoed into the night.
Ooh, we're picking it up a notch on the music, eh? I think the appearance will probably be able to hear this if they're just yelling.
Her voice dropped to a trembling whisper. Beck brushed off her shirt and straightened up. As abruptly as it began, the storm abated.
It wasn't in the almanac, remember, the storm, so that's worth mentioning.
Beck gave Luca a light thump on the arm before heading in. Chapter 5. Friendly Feud. The air was heavy with the hard rain's residue, the smell of wet things. Despite his dreary surroundings, Luca felt at peace.
Dreary. Dude, look at all those flowers and stuff. Are you kidding me?
He'd never shared those details about his dad with anyone, not even Rollo. But it's not like this changed anything. Rollo was still his best friend. Adding Beck to the group would help balance things out. Everything's better in threes. This is what Luca told himself as he headed to the treehouse.
All right, to the treehouse. Oh, there's this. There's some snooping, eh? Conditions to inheritance, eh? Who's Solomon? Do we know who Solomon is? I don't know if we know who Solomon is. Oh, darn. Clipboard's getting a roasting. Slave driver.
Luca had only ever heard him speak in this stiff yet gentle tone a few times, and it always meant one thing. Rollo scoffed. Luca stumbled on his words, knowing
Oh,
he'd
boy.
said too much.
Betrayed. It's not like that, Rollo. Oh, they weren't very robust then, were they?
Luca became instinctively angry in response. Both boys were now shouting across the distance.
Oh, shit. Gran doesn't even care. Cold-blooded.
Rollo's tone changed to a calm, yet more intense anger.
Calm anger. Oh, Jesus.
The words
Why
hung
is he
in
getting
the
so
cold
upset?
night air. Rollo's stomach dropped, knowing he'd crossed a line. But it was too late.
Hey, you're just waiting in a treehouse for like half a day, you know? Why are you getting so mad? Can I just go to bed now? What am I doing?
Luca dug through his old stuff, not even sure what he was looking for.
Football.
Gran's bed was undisturbed. Luca didn't mind that she had a habit of falling asleep in front of the fireplace. It meant that he could read late into the night.
Night Night time reading, eh? Sure, I'm gonna kick this ball enough and I'm gonna dislodge some kind of secret. Oh, I unlocked Weep. Okay, I thought...
Gran cooed gently from the hall.
Meal, eh? Cooed. Hey, the other one.
Luca just wanted to be alone. He waited to hear the sound of the front door closing.
What? I thought I was gonna go meet up with Beck or something. Maybe I need to kick the ball a few more times. Okay, well, what have I got to do then?
Luca dozed off again.
Oh, a sandwich. Man's hooking us up. Yeah, and your pity party.
Luca still couldn't bring himself to go out. Besides, if he ran into Rollo, he'd have to actually confront the situation.
Like a small town like this, you're really gonna miss out on a festival? Like, might be the highlight of the year. Maybe I need to kick the ball over there. Skills.
The Adventures of Hank Atomic. Luca carefully opened the cover and began to read. Rollo had received it for his birthday. A special hardcover edition with behind-the-scenes commentary and bonus art.
Behind-the-scenes commentary?
Rollo cherished it, but asked that Luca keep it at his house. Luca wasn't sure if it was because Rollo didn't trust himself with it, didn't trust his sister around it, or just wanted an excuse to come hang out at Luca's more often. Whatever the reason, Luca didn't mind. But it had stayed right there where Rollo had stashed it ever since.
What a heartwarming friendship.
Now, at the foot of his bed, Luca lost himself in the pages. He'd read it all before, but at this moment, it somehow felt sentimental. He was well into issue number 5 when he heard soft footsteps from the hallway.
Yeah, they had a fight.
Without realizing it, Luca had pouted away the entire afternoon. He once again felt the weight of it all and allowed his weary eyes to close. Luca stood in a vast black expanse. He looked up at his father standing beside him. Walt was working a straw at the bottom of a fountain glass, trying to collect the last bits of milkshake. Dad, where are we? Taking a final loud gurgling sip, his father peered up from the glass. He jangled the straw playfully with a warm smile, then lifted the empty glass as if to point into the darkness. The source? Luca's eyes followed his father's gesture. In an instant, he was sitting in front of a blazing campfire. Across from him sat a large figure in a yellow hazmat suit. The figure's voice was a scratchy echo. Well, if it isn't the man of the hour, make yourself comfortable. Luca held his shivering hands over the flame to warm himself. It doesn't work that way here. Their yellow-gloved hand pointed to the base of the flame. It's a cold flame. See? Luca peered at the base of the fire.
Cold flame.
It wasn't wood that was burning. It was Beacon Pines itself. Tiny buildings, freezing and crumbling as they were consumed by flame. Luca could see small shadows moving in the burning people. Luca leapt to his feet. We've got to help them! The figure gave a dismissive wave of their hand. Why waste energy helping people who can't even help themselves? The figure bent down to examine the panicked crowd as they desperately tried to stop the flames. They only care about what's right in front of them, not like us. Luca's voice was a trembling whisper.
Not like us.
Us? The figure slowly stood up, grabbing its helmet with both hands. With a jolt and a twist, the suit emitted a gasp. A cloud of torpid mist escaped, slowly revealing the face within.
Who is?
Luca's own face looked back at him, older, worn, distant. The sensation was oddly familiar, as if he'd caught his own reflection by surprise in the mirror. The doppelganger smiled. I tried to help once. He gestured towards his face, and all it got me was this. Luca staggered back. You aren't me. Luca felt a hand catch his shoulder. His father was there again, beside him. Every choice sets us on a path. This is the end of one of your paths, son. Luca watched his older self shake its head ruefully, its face twisting into a cruel grin. Welp, Dad, if you wanted him to see this, far be it from me to disappoint. Luca watched in shock as the figure took a confident step forward and plunged into the flames. In a flash of cold light, he was gone. What does all of this mean? Luca felt a reassuring squeeze on his shoulder. Just remember, why we choose matters just as much as what we choose. Luca woke up to see a hazy figure
Profound.
at the foot of his bed, silhouetted in the morning sun. Luca rubbed his eyes. The kind, concerned face of his gran came into focus. Gran silenced Luca with a gentle pat on the leg.
Oh, damn. Accept. Wow. Yeah, we're not missing the festival. I thought that was last night. Good thing we haven't missed it.
Luca gave a reluctant nod.
Meter at the fountain, eh? It maybe has a bomb
Luca took a
underneath
deep breath.
it.
Chapter 6.
Through thick and thin. Despite Luca's bitterness, Gran was right. He needed to hash things out with Rollo. A big fight changes the nature of a friendship. Whether, in the end, it is for the better or for the worse, all comes down to understanding. If one is not careful, the same familiarity that builds the strongest of bonds can become the wrecking ball that shatters them. Luca emerged from seclusion, taking in the crisp festival air. But the events of the day weren't on his mind. He had to find Rollo.
All right. This is a good place to stop. Trying to remember exactly where I was. find Rolo.
Roxy rolled her eyes, shaking her head. Luca looked down and kicked at the dirt.
Squash it. I mean, it's got to be at the library, right? Somewhere quiet. Try and remember where the library is. I think it's in the next sector along here.
Kato's eyes lit with excitement.
First riddle. Okay.
Kato straightened up and cleared his throat as if preparing to sing.
Farpo. The fifth king dies.
Kato stared at Luca eagerly.
Issue 5th. Oh, do you think I'm supposed to go find a book related to this?
Luca grabbed the 5 pillars of success from the shelf.
5 pillars. Fifth issue.
Luca grabbed the 5 pillars of success. Luca grabbed the issue with self-help, a helpful guide, from the shelf. Luca grabbed 500 meals for one big pot. Luca grabbed 500...
Okay, none of that.
Luca grabbed Natural Photography, Volume 5, from the shelf.
It's probably about right. Atomic.
Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 4. Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 5, from the shelf.
Definitely throwing a few mix-ups there.
Kato removed his book from the desk and replaced it with Luca's, turning on the lamp. As he slid the book under the purple light, 2 words glowed.
Who goes to this much trouble?
The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue 5. Luca clicked his tongue with recognition.
Who keeps a stash of candy from Halloween?
Kato began flipping through the pages, stopping when he hit a glowing word. He continued flipping.
Thrift and grub. Cut.
Reaching the end of the book, Kato looked up.
Griffin's grub cart. Okay. It's this way. And down here. Is this Griffin? Yep.
Before Luca could finish his sentence, Griffin handed him a corn dog. Luca shrugged, taking a sizable bite out of the corn dog.
Oh, clue in the corn dog.
Luca tongued at his cheeks, feeling something rough between his teeth. He reached into his mouth and pulled out a slip of paper. He shook off the bits of corn dog to read the slip.
Pick up when you need some pep. Near the fountain, up the step.
Luca finished off the remainder of the corn dog.
Near the fountain, up the step. Coffee shop.
Lumi waved his hands around sarcastically as he began.
That's a guy. Okay, we got a new word. Takes flight but has no wings. Balloons, I guess.
Rollo sheepishly handed Luca the balloons.
Oh, it's a reward. Okay. Oh, what a heartwarming apology.
Luca threw himself at Rollo, hugging him as...
Oh, shit. Sneaking into the headquarters. Alright. How do I get to the treehouse? It's back this way. Gran.
Rollo handed Luca an unopened letter. Luca. Some things are going to happen that might be difficult for you to understand. If I am honest, I hardly understand them myself. But whatever happens, I need you to know that I love you.
Oh, the narrator's putting on a voice for us, eh?
None of this is fair to you. You have already lost so much. We both have. I wish there was a simpler way forward. But if there is, I haven't thought of it. God knows I've tried. Everything I've done, I did for you. I hope someday you can accept that. Love, Gran.
Oh, me gran.
Luca folded the paper into his pocket and headed up the ladder. Luca was at a loss for words, but that was fine. Words aren't always necessary. Sadly, this was untrue. A distant rumble shook the
shit.
treehouse. It was not fireworks. It was something the boys couldn't possibly comprehend.
Oh, okay.
Something as old and cruel as time itself.
What?
A shockwave of cold tore through the room. A bitter, unfathomable chill. Before they could react, it encased them in ice.
What?
Two boys, reunited by friendship, only to be cruelly separated by a malevolence beyond reason. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene.
What a stupid ending.
In a silent treehouse turned statuary, in a town brought low by its secrets, sits a pair of friends, alone, together, for the rest of time. The end. No, that can't be the end. I won't accept it. There are more. We are just going to have to sort through.
I guess this is the closest one we can switch from. Good cop, hard cop.
They'd run the classic good cop, hard cop. Rollo brandished a steely gaze. I've got this. Read about it 100 times.
All right.
Rollo swaggered past the chair which propped up the
Mix it up,
slumping
eh?
Hiram Tolliver. Without even looking at his captive, he began with a long, blustery drawl. Mr. Tolliver remained motionless. Rollo spun around to face him. He'd clearly expected to rouse Mr. Tolliver with his booming voice. Beck and Luca gave each other an unsure glance. Rollo slammed his fist on the table. He grabbed the table lamp and beamed it onto the unconscious face. Mr. Tolliver groaned and slowly lifted his head. He recoiled with a muddled, weary squint. The chair wobbled as he attempted to straighten up. Mr. Tolliver could only make out rough shapes through the glaring light. With a gruff tone, Rollo hoped to both conceal his voice and intimidate.
Oh, hard cop coming through. Calm as a carrot and dirt. I've never heard that one before.
The doubtful expression on Beck and Luca's faces transformed into awe. Rollo, hitting his stride, was now channeling every detective trope his memory could recall.
He slammed the table again. Mr. Tolliver's voice became desperate.
He shook.
He was nearly in tears.
Juniper.
Mr. Tolliver was in a daze, now more confused than ever.
Yeah, like the festival.
He shook his head, feeling more and more dizzy.
The sauce.
His voice faded to a whisper.
Oh, we're not being told much more.
With that, Mr. Tolliver passed out cold. Rollo swung around with a repentant grimace.
Yeah, we do need more information. Bunch of fluff. You're just gonna leave that guy tied up in the basement, eh? Alright. Okay, I was wondering why they're gonna say adorable. Okay, whatever. Okay.
Chapter 8. 6 feet under, 3 towns over. The kids spent the rest of the afternoon combing through dusty piles of old county records, desperately searching for anything that could help them make sense of Mr. Tolliver's cryptic utterance. Luca tried to shake the thought of Gran's basement, but his focus wavered. Explosives, messages hidden in jam, dossiers on various town figures, and a corkboard threaded with photos.
Messages hidden in jam. That's a good
Gran
line.
was the only family he had left.
Comical.
He still couldn't bring himself to believe the worst. But the old map with the symbol of explosives in town square made that difficult. As the sun began to set, the kids were no closer to the truth. Rollo shut his book with an assertive nod.
Why is it so offensive to say sounds like my sister?
Rollo muttered under his breath. Beck slammed her finger down on the open page before glancing down to read. Something tickled the back of Luca's mind.
Tickled, eh? Oh, they're only 8 years back? Six feet under, 3 towns over.
The question hung in the air. Beck rubbed her eyes.
Still looks like it's bright out the window, but alright.
Luca's heart was pounding as he approached the house. If he was lucky, Gran, or whoever it was, hadn't gotten back yet. And of course, there was Mr. Tolliver tied up and unconscious in the basement. Dealing with him would be the first order of business. Luca shook out his arms to calm his
Deal
nerves
with them,
before
you know?
entering. He held perfectly still, tempering his breath, and listened closely. She was asleep. His only hope was that she hadn't found Mr. Tolliver before dozing off.
That seems unlikely. Especially because the cabinet's still open. They don't close it behind them, the secret passageway.
Mr. Tolliver was nowhere to be seen. Or maybe Gran knew everything. Luca's hungry stomach groaned. Not realizing it, he'd gone the entire day without eating. Luca rushed over to the pile of jam jars, unscrewed one, and shoveled a handful into his mouth.
Eating a handful of jam, eh?
He flipped the lid to read the label.
Alright, I'm gonna go to sleep. Oh shit. Gran's awake.
As Luca climbed the final stair, the emotion of the day dragged heavily on him.
Surely
With
Gran
each
knows.
consecutive step, his legs weakened.
As soon as... Oh, mate. Just with the cabinet being open in the secret passageway.
His stride began to falter. He tried to grab for the railing to steady himself. Something was wrong.
The jam.
Luca
Spiked.
groaned and tried to move. His limbs might as well have been bolted to the ground. Through numb lips, he mumbled just before falling asleep.
Jam. What's Gran gonna do? She's gonna tie me up.
Chapter 9. A speech to end all. Luca awoke to find himself face down in bed. He moaned into his pillow. Why would Gran drug him?
What? Drug him. Gran wasn't trying to drug you. You weren't supposed to eat that
Or
jam.
rather, why was she trying to drug Mr. Nuncreed?
Yeah, there you go.
Shaking the questions from his woozy head, Luca snapped back to the matter at hand.
Oh, a new one, Sly. Oh, he's a spy. Not going to help out Mr. Nancreed. He's no good.
Augustus Valentine nervously wiped his brow.
Okay.
Gus cleared his throat and awkwardly loosened his tie. William Kerr bounded on the stage with the energy of a preacher at a big tent revival. He gave Gus a hearty slap on the back and motioned him off the stage.
I don't believe that.
Mr. Kerr pulled a thick stack of note cards out from his vest. Mr. Kerr took a moment to survey the crowd. He wiped away a single tear. He thumped the podium to emphasize each word.
Oh, here he comes with patriotism.
Mr. Kerr nodded confidently, biting his lip. The crowd was silent, in rapt attention. Mr. Kerr methodically made eye contact with each section of the crowd. His voice began to build to a crescendo.
So this music just looped in? It's a pretty ugly loop.
The crowd began to look around nervously. Mr. Kerr quickly flicked through his note cards. He raised his hands up to the heavens.
Okay, well, so many endings and then everybody turning into ice
A merciless
blocks.
wall of impossibly cold air ripped through the crowd, instantly freezing everyone and everything it touched. For a man like William Kerr, this on a stage, with an entire town frozen in rapt attention for the rest of time. The end.
There's that ice again! Maybe we should just quit? Maybe you should just close.
No, we got a little closer this time, please.
Well, we can try Good cop, sly cop.
They'd run the classic good cop. Luca and Rollo ducked behind a barrel, leaving Beck to her task. With a few crisp snaps, she roused Mr. Tolliver. Mr. Tolliver looked down and shifted a bit, testing his restraints. Beck caught herself before letting the surprise manifest on her face. She'd already gotten him to reveal his relation to Gran. This was gonna be easy. Mr. Tolliver wriggled a bit in his restraints. Beck quickly removed the ropes. Mr. Tolliver rubbed the growing knot on his forehead. Beck twirled her hand, as if to prompt Mr. Tolliver to finish her thought. Beck shook her head and clicked her tongue. Mr. Tolliver let out an amused huff in agreement.
Oh. It's destroying the sauce, making everything freeze over.
Beck was on a roll now, playing Mr. Tolliver like a fiddle.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we know that there's an underground thing under the phone booth, right?
Heading for the stairs, Mr. Tolliver hesitated and turned to Beck with a puzzled look. She grinned and gave him a peppy wave. With a shrug, he continued up the stairs, whistling a jaunty tune. Beck blinked slowly in disappointment. She turned to the table and began tearing small scraps of paper. Beck marked each scrap of paper and leaned back.
Hidden meaning.
Luca and Beck looked at Rollo with amazement.
Does that actually work? Green's new drugstore. Maybe that's why they called him Nuncrete, just to make that whole thing fit. All right, to the drugstore. Who's this? Sister.
Gus looked around nervously.
Ulterior motives, eh?
Eris's cry hung in the air.
Yeah. Who's this?
Solomon stood proudly at
Solomon.
the entrance to the drugstore, holding a brown bag overflowing with black licorice. Solomon shoveled a surprising amount of licorice into his mouth.
What? The licorice has nearly lit me down? Ah, that's probably true. What? Yeah.
Beck cupped her hands on the glass to peek inside.
Underground secrets.
Beck flung open the door and they all squeezed in. Luca cracked his knuckles and entered the letters into the keypad.
What? That's the password?
The inside of the
They all
phone booth
get locked
dropped
up and
loose
die?
from its shell. Without even the space to panic, they closed their eyes, held their breath, and accepted their fate. Suddenly, the chaotic descent slowed to an effortless landing. It was unclear where they ended up, but at least it was solid ground. The air was stagnant and smelled vaguely of chlorine.
Oh, Hank Atomic, eh? Just to read them, I guess. Perennial Harvest main office. Operations Alpha. Any other things to look at? Oh, that's the one I smashed when I got away, right? Oh shit, control panel.
Rollo's hands hovered over the field of blinking buttons.
Unless they have pictures in Hankatomic, I think it'd be pretty hard to learn how to use something without pictures. Yeah, it is an absurd password. Yeah, I think I care about my skin a little bit.
Joseph waited for a moment in silence.
Your father.
He gestured toward the strange tubes.
Same thing that always happens. Weak. Thinking Pinky in the brain, you know? Might take over the world. Partners.
Nuncreed let out a growl of a sigh.
Sharper Valentine. That's the founder of the town. Oh, he loves his family, you know? So virtuous.
He shook his head wistfully.
Yeah. Come on, mate.
Nuncreed took a menacing step towards the children. Luca began to laugh.
His hand is forced.
The color drained from Nuncreed's face.
tunnels is way cooler than maps.
Nuncreed grabbed Luca by the shoulders. His eyes were frantic. A jolt of realization struck Mr. Nuncreed.
That we're the sources. Oh shit. Alright, well,
Chapter 8.
destroying the source freezes everyone.
The cold, hard truth. Beck leapt up, allowing the suction to yank her into the dark. Dimness eclipsed around her like the shutter of a camera as she seemed to cover great distance in mere moments. Her only points of reference were glints of upcoming turns, which approached with frightening speed, only to carom her gracefully along. She heard the tinny, distant echoes of Rollo's glee. Once she stopped fighting against it, the ride was impossibly smooth. Then, all of a sudden, as if minutes had passed in an instant, light blazed into view. A burst of wintry air snuffed across her face, and she was flung out into the cold.
Beck's perspective, eh? Surely there's going to be footprints in the snow. We saw footprints when we were walking around just before. It's a town site. It's a frozen version of the town. Don't think so.
As they rounded the corner to the frozen town square, they spotted Mr. Nuncreed inching cautiously toward a pit at its center. He held his arms out gingerly, as if approaching a beast in the wild.
There's Ned.
Upon closing the distance, Luca recognized what Nuncreed was after. Gran stood confidently at the edge, one arm outstretched over the abyss nearby. A wheelbarrow had been emptied out. She held a lit torch, which flickered in the bitter wind.
Oh shit. The big talk.
Mr. Nuncreed turned back toward the kids, desperation in his eyes.
Gotta kill all these kids.
Rollo and Beck held steadfast in awe. Luca approached closer. Mr. Nuncreed spun back toward Gran, his voice growing louder.
vault. Oh shit, his entire line.
Mr. Nuncreed winced with anguish. His voice hardened.
Hardened voice.
They both now yelled, not to each other, but at fate itself, making their peace with long-held burdens. The wind howled with encouragement.
Damn, Rand's
They menaced
laying
at
it on
each
here,
other,
eh?
both catching their breath. The moment balanced on a knife's edge. Amid a blur of emotions and memories,
Oh boy,
Luca's
everyone's
mind
getting frozen
flooded
again,
with
aren't they?
questions. The wind calmed, as if to give him the stage. And in the
We've got
stillness,
weep as an option,
he
eh?
began to weep. It was all just too much. Falling to his knees, Luca whimpered softly. The tears crystallized as they hit the snow. Gran stared at Luca for a moment with warm sympathy, remembering why this was all necessary.
Yeah, normal when everything's frozen.
She stiffened up and brandished the torch at Mr. Nuncreed. Ignoring his final plea, Gran flung the torch into the deep darkness. She
Everything's
smiled
frozen.
and exhaled in relief. Mr. Nuncreed moaned in resignation. The torch echoed as it ricocheted down the hole, punctuated with a thunderous thud. Before Gran could finish, the ground shook her to silence.
Covering ice, as expected.
Gran only had time to spin around and run to Luca. Her attempt to shield him, an honorable but trifling act. Unflinching love, pitted against an unthinking horror.
Trifling, eh? You don't hear that too often
There was no
these
contest.
days.
Her warm embrace froze in an instant. That is where they remain, fixed in place, forever.
Yeah, it was like heavily featured in a Dave Chappelle sketch, right?
And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene. In a town brought low by its secrets, sits the frozen statues of a misguided band of meddlers. The end. Well, on the bright side, we finally figured out where all the ice... Now, we just need to find a way to...
Oh, there's only one other option. Oops.
Luca drew himself up
Oh no.
and decided to take... He swung the mission control defense.
No, 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 no.
Luca
Right.
drew himself up and decided to take the own. He squinted down the barrel of the mission control defense cannon, aiming it through an opening in the dense tree branches. He looked up with surprise as it struck true and taut.
See you, nerds.
Luca and Iggy winced as they sprinted through the thicket. The branches clawed at them, reluctant to give passage. After what felt like a marathon, Luca stopped in his tracks as they reached the clearing. What the? That was all he was able to say before Iggy slammed into his back. The boys tumbled down a steep decline and crashed with a wheezing thud on a surface as hard as ice. In fact, it was ice.
Oh, shit. It was
Chapter
ice.
5. Signs
Oh, man,
they
we're back to
stood
page
silently,
59 now?
catching their breath.
Ugh. I think we were page like 79 before.
The sky was like sapphire. With each breath, a plume of steam escaped from Luca's lungs. Let's keep moving. Luca pulled Iggy to his feet as they gazed across a snowy terrain.
What? What? There's no going back. He just knows it. He just knows it. I might be. Beacon Pines.
The boys stared in disbelief at the sign that now clearly read, "Welcome to Beacon Pines." Luca had almost forgotten the walkie-talkie he was carrying. Luca looked at Iggy with hesitation. With a resigned sigh, Luca responded.
Oh, the only dangerous thing in the woods is you. Oh shit, he took care of our mum.
Luca winced, shoving the walkie-talkie back into his pocket. Looking down at the frozen stream, Luca could faintly see a school of minnows encased in the ice.
Swim run.
The crunching of footsteps trailing Luca went hush. He looked back to see Iggy's face twisted with confusion.
What a quitter.
Luca peered upward at the darkening sky. He let out a long, foggy breath. Faintly, Iggy began to cry. Seeing Iggy in such a pathetic state gave Luca a sense of compassion
Pathetic state.
and more than a little guilt. Luca allowed himself to collapse next to Iggy. The boys huddled together for warmth and comfort.
You break into that building
If not
behind
for
you.
exhaustion, their minds would be racing, trying to make sense of the events of the day. As it was, all they had energy for was to sit in silence, numb.
Out in the open too. Bad guy's gonna find you.
Iggy motioned sarcastically to his half-deformed face. Iggy shrugged. Iggy now wept openly.
Oh, gosh. Hey, orange fist?
He wiped his nose with a sleeve. Luca gave a warm chuckle. Iggy cleared his throat as he wiped his eyes. Iggy arched into a wide yawn.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Luca's eyelids began to slowly drift
You
shut.
can't just fall asleep out in the snow, man. What is that?
That's all Luca could whisper before succumbing to sleep.
Oh, God.
Iggy snuggled in some more.
This scene sucks.
The house smelled of warm bread. Luca was playing with toy blocks on the living room rug. He looked up to see his parents on the couch. His mother held his father's head in her lap. She idly stroked his hair while humming. A voice behind Luca spoke. "This is how you remember them, huh?" Luca turned to see his own face. The doppelganger from his dreams, still clad in a yellow hazmat suit, still carrying a look of disdain behind empty eyes. Aww, look at this perfectly cozy scene. You know it wasn't really like this. The figure picked up a toy block and
Incorrect
inspected it.
memories.
It's amazing the facades that one can build given the right materials. Not that I blame us. These are a child's memories, all warm and fuzzy. You don't remember, do you? Luca snatched the block from the figure's yellow-gloved hand. Remember what? The doppelganger pointed to the couch. The last day we saw him alive. The day he chose to abandon us.
No, it shows.
Luca turned to look at his father, still lounging on the couch. That's not true. He didn't abandon us. The doppelganger waved his hand dismissively. Everything is true here. It's just a matter of what we choose to see. Let me show you. The world flickered and pulsed. Luca was sitting next to his bed, listening to his heartbeat with one of his dad's stethoscopes. The doppelganger limped into the room. No, we both know that's not how this went. He grabbed Luca's hand and guided the stethoscope to the floor. Luca heard muffled shouting, brought close by the stethoscope.
Oh shit. Repressed memories of childhood trauma.
It was his parents, fighting.
What the hell?
Do you remember what we did next?
What a twist.
Luca gave a slow nod and crept down the hall to peek through. He could see the outline of his mother at the bottom of the stairs. Damn it, Walt. We can't afford to get involved in this.
Walt.
She was scared. His father stepped forward. What am I supposed to do? Just watch? There's a sickness in this town, and we both know who's behind it. I swore an oath to help people. I won't turn my back on them. Luca's mother
Who was the
grabbed
doctor
Walt.
and the
She was
scientist or
crying,
whatever?
pleading, I can't lose you. Walt calmly removed Eleanor's hand from his shoulder. What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. I could never live with myself if I let Sharper get away with this. Eleanor raised her voice. Spare me your bullshit platitudes. What about our son? Luca flinched, dropping the stethoscope down the stairs. Walt turned with a panicked smile. Luca, is that you, buddy?
What?
With tears in his eyes, Luca descended the stairs. Mom?
This happened?
Dad? What's going on? Walt dropped to a knee to meet Luca eye to eye. Nothing, buckaroo.
Buckaroo.
Mom and I just got a little overexcited is all.
Well, the writer's experiences, that could be true. The writers could have had a fight and then their parents could have disappeared.
Luca placed the
Some big
stethoscope against
conspiracy.
his father's chest. His heart was racing. It sounded like you were going somewhere. Walt gently removed the device from Luca's ears. Listen to me, Luca. I have some business to take care of.
Business.
I'll be back in time to tuck you in. Luca hugged his father tightly. Promise? Walt stood up and walked to the door. He glanced over his shoulder. I promise. With a wink and a grin, he put on his hat and strode out into the evening sun.
Oh, who's this now?
A figure approached soundlessly from the foggy snowfall. It stood above them, lingering in contemplation. Slowly raising one hand above Iggy, it snapped out 2 brisk raps on his head. From a deep slumber, Iggy sprang up defensively. Whether it was the calming presence or the recognition that he was not in danger, Iggy felt his clenched fists lower. Luca looked up, gradually remembering his whereabouts. The figure exhaled a cloud of warm vapor.
Exhaled. Knocking on people's heads, eh?
When it came to complete strangers, Iggy had trouble cobbling together an insult.
They're standing the wrong way around. That's true. Their position have been reversed. But it looks like it's just been like straight mirror switched, right? If you look at her scarf position in the background, it's on the other side. Yeah, like when the VPs are on the wrong side, right?
Iggy huffed with gratification. Nat began to turn
What?
away indifferently.
We meet this stranger in this freezing land, and this kid's like, "Hey, just you better piss off." Oh my goodness, dude. This guy was given up a few hours ago.
Iggy turned sharply and began to stomp off. Realizing he'd worn their patience then, Nat relented. Luca and Iggy turned around with hope in their eyes.
Or is it a double cross?
Nat took a deep breath in.
Lure us into a trap.
Nat exhaled slowly, then snapped his fingers. For a brief, Luca and Iggy let themselves believe that some great magic was about to unfold, until they opened their eyes and found themselves in the exact same place, cold and disheartened.
Yeah, that's a pretty good troll, you know? Kids are gullible enough to believe in magic. They actually think by closing their eyes and a snap of the finger they're going to be transported back home somehow. There's the new Beacon Pines then. Replica. Smoothing out the edges.
Nat narrowed his eyes, furrowed his brow, and
Hey, sauce.
Luca began to laugh uncomfortably. He looked down at his feet. His eyes started back and forth in contemplation. With a sudden pain, a thought struck him.
Pain?
He sprinted off into the pale distance. As Iggy turned to follow, Nat called out. Chapter 6. Nat expressed his sympathy with a shrug and sauntered off as unassumingly as he'd arrived. He'd given Luca and Iggy what they needed, and nothing more. As Luca sprinted across the snow, the events of the past few days became clearer, pieces to a larger puzzle. Rollo said he was underground somewhere, captured. Mr. Kerr tried to cover it up with lies. The clipboards were hell-bent on capturing Iggy. It all seemed to point to perennial harvest. But right now, there was one thing that Luca needed to know.
One thing.
Luca stopped
You got
dead
one
in
shot.
his
Do not
tracks.
miss your chance to blow.
The tree was gone, uprooted and moved, leaving a raw gash in the earth. He dropped to his knees and dug wildly at the cold snow. His numb hands hit something hard, a headstone. A dry whisper escaped Luca's lips.
It's my dad's grave.
There was no reply, just snow-covered silence. Iggy finally noticed the tears welling in Luca's eyes and the snow-covered grave. Suddenly, they heard the crunch of approaching footsteps in the snow.
Oh, shit. It's the roses. talk about this, eh?
He bent down to scoop up a snowball and lobbed it playfully.
Oh shit. Busting some moves. Exiting stage left. Stage right.
Luca stuttered through heaving sobs.
Hey, ASDF dude. Thanks for the raid, brother. Playing some code? I'm not.
Iggy gave Luca a solid smack on the back of his head.
Nice. Oh yeah. Maybe about 2 weeks till that patch, you know. That's what I'm looking forward to. Yeah, I haven't tried it since it like properly came out, but I tried it when it was still in like open beta or whatever. It was alright. It didn't really excite me, you know. It didn't really like make me really want to play it again. Like, I think I even had more fun playing Men of War 2 than I did playing Stormgate. Yeah, the art style is not very uninspiring, right? Very generic.
Luca wiped his eyes with a sleeve. Iggy flashed a mischievous smile and cracked his knuckles.
Yeah, I didn't get far enough in that I was like really adept at using all the spells on my units or anything like that. Just kind of muddling my way through. But I could imagine maybe at one stage, since it had been in like open development or, you know, like semi-open development for so long, maybe some of the pros complained that the spells were too good and then they just got nerfed down to not much. Just a guess though. I didn't have access to it until the open beta. I wasn't one of the early people. They had like access to it something like 2 years early or whatever.
Iggy and Luca shared a skeptical look. A disc of smooth metal was lightly covered in snow. 2 faint seams were visible along the surface.
Dead end. Can't jump on it to go down.
Iggy darted behind a large pine and began digging furiously. He emerged holding a shoebox with a crude skull painted on its lid.
I don't know about the shoebox I buried.
Luca rolled his eyes with realization. Iggy stifled a chuckle.
I think we heard about this last time I played, but I forgot about it.
Iggy triumphantly raised the shoebox.
Okay, now we got a whole bunch of fireworks, huh? That was a lame line.
Luca and Iggy inched up to the edge of the hole with bewilderment in their eyes. Arctic air breathed out of the cavern in heaving gusts.
The source. Isn't he cold? He's got like no jacket on or anything. He's got a waistcoat on.
Mr. Kerr gazed down the abyss in contemplation. Kerr scratched the back of his head. His face contorted into a saccharine grin.
Obstacles along the way.
Kerr snapped his fingers.
See, Kerr snapped his fingers. Oh. I was going to say it looked like Luca did, but maybe he's just wiping his nose because it's cold or something.
Iggy turned to Luca with a sly glance. Iggy waved the box into the air, threatening to drop it down the hole. plucked a single bottle rocket from the box and held it up with reverence.
Oh shit,
After a long
he's
pause,
sweating.
Mr. Kerr flung up his hand with frustration. Mr. Kerr sighed into the frigid air. With a nonchalant flick, Iggy tossed the firework into the hole. With a growl, Kerr leapt at Iggy, crashing through Luca.
Oh
Iggy
shit.
tried to twist away, but in the struggle they both tumbled over the side. Luca dove forward, bracing Iggy's hand just before it slipped. His grip was made precarious by the cold, wet snow. He could see Kerr further down, clinging to Iggy's coat.
How can he hold tight while using the walkie-talkie? Oh my god, this kid's got a death wish.
Mr. Kerr gasped with insult.
Phileas Young.
With a wild look in his eye, Mr. Kerr began to hum a proud melody. Luca's hand began to cramp. His voice
Oh,
began to
his
crack.
hand's cramping.
Luca felt Iggy loosen every muscle in. Luca felt his hand
Oh
slipping.
shit.
A calm settled over.
There it is, boys.
Iggy's voice was cold.
He's gonna commit suicide. We're going with accept, right?
Luca had no choice but to accept Iggy's request. With a quiet blink, Luca watched a teardrop sail down into the howling void.
I feel like if we refuse, we're just gonna get like another dead end.
As his
Save a bit
fingers
of time.
slowly gave up, he met eyes with Iggy. The two silhouettes were swallowed by darkness.
That's a pretty funny suicide. Oh shit, save the town. Tempus Liquamine.
We have some idea what that would look like.
Yeah, thanks, narrator.
twinkle flashed in Nat's eyes.
Yes.
With a chuckle, Nat turned and walked west. Dumbfounded, Luca followed behind him, trudging through the snow. Every step taking him further away from everyone and everything he knew, and closer to destiny. To be continued in Beacon Pines, Pines Harder. Revenge served cold. Second time's a charm? Wait.
It's a bad
that's
joke,
it?
right?
This ends with a crummy cliffhanger just when it was getting good? I was even starting to like Iggy. No way. I refuse to be associated with some never-ending parade of sequels. Let's go back and find something more definitive.
What? You can hum there. We can accept over here. I guess we can switch to from weep to hum over here.
And in the stillness, after the death of his father, Luca had trouble sleeping. Each night, his mother would sit at the foot of his bed and hum a gentle melody. It was the only thing that could calm his mind, the only thing that, however briefly, could make it all seem okay. That melody pervaded every memory Luca had of his mother. Shivering in the raw snow, he began to hum it out loud. Gran lowered the torch, listening closely. As recognition slowly set in, her heart sank. Those countless nights of consolation, the incomparable loss they shared together. She let the torch fall to the snow and sizzle out.
Oh, shit.
A few steps toward Luca was all she could bear before dropping to the snow herself. Through a flood of tears, she began to hum along, note. Luca lifted his head in astonishment. The last time he heard that melody was the last night he saw his mother. Blinked through blurry, watery eyes, trying to see more clearly. He could just make out the impression of a familiar face. He peered across the snowscape at the woman on her knees. Something about her was undeniably his mother, only smaller, older, changed.
Oh, shit. She was changed.
Luca sprinted as fast as he could toward his mother. They held each other close, and the cold retreated from their bodies. Eleanor looked down at Luca, tightening her embrace
You should have
in an
known.
appeal for forgiveness. Joseph slumped into the cold, wet snow. For the first time in a long time, her voice felt like her own again. Luca gazed down at Nuncreed with pity. He looked small. Joseph stared into the snow as if searching it for answers.
Okay, not going to blow up the hole anymore. That's good. He always wins. Oh boy.
Chapter 9. The Devil You Know. 7 months ago, Eleanor Van Horn crept down the maze of sterile hallways under perennial harvest. She stopped in front of the large steel door marked Deep Engineering. No turning back now. She raised a trembling hand. The stolen keycard worked as promised, and the door buzzed open with mechanical efficiency. She was immediately hit with the smell of disinfectant.
Mechanical
It was some
efficiency.
sort of laboratory. In one corner was a desk covered in papers. Across the room stood a tall metal pod with hoses protruding from its base. She rushed to the desk and began shifting through the piles of papers. They were experiment reports on something called Tempus liquamen. There were dozens of them, every one stamped failed. Eleanor heard the sharp echo of footsteps approaching. She was out of time.
No
Her
time.
eyes scanned the room, eventually landing on the strange pod. Muttering a curse under her breath, she dashed over and dove inside.
Oh shit. Gran's coming in. Gotta rush the stage. Speak the truth.
Mr. Kerr addressed the crowd with a sarcastic tone.
Oh shit.
Whispers filtered through the crowd.
She's Eleanor. Take her away. Oh shit, Nancre's coming in too now with the assist. Is Licorice Eater, is it the boss?
Torment dragged on Joseph Nuncrete's face.
Maybe he's got the eternal use serum or something. You look dreadful.
He paused for a moment, plucking a piece of fuzz from his sweater and discarding it to the ground.
Is this supposed to be a full-grown man or what? The licorice eating guy.
Kerr gave a bow of deference.
Found her.
Gasps rippled through the crowd. Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket. In one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips. His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
Oh shit.
A hushed horror gripped the crowd.
This is a story about change.
Oh, so stupid.
Sharper examined his new hands.
Oh, shit. Sign. Get the sign.
Sharper choked out a crude squawk of a laugh. Frustrated grumbles sprinkled through the crowd.
Well, as kids, do they know about this?
William Kerr gave a subtle nod to the clipboards. A helpless quiet settled over the crowd.
How many clipboards could there be? Surely they don't outnumber the townspeople. Oh, living forever. Hey, tobacco. Oh boy, did he make the potion that caused them to live forever. Oh. Wow, he's given the actor guy an eternal youth potion.
Sharper addressed the crowd with indignant pride.
Here he goes.
He'd planned this moment for so long that now, at the deed's fruition, it almost felt frivolous. Mr. Kerr flourished a preposterously elaborate bow.
Cat C. I see what they did there. Okay, why would you tell the clipboards what you're most scared of? So this is not the end. I still have to change a few things around, eh?
Sharper coughed up one final laugh and cracked his knuckles. And so, Sharper set about remaking the town in his own image. The fertilizer factory soon reopened for business. Sales rose steadily as more and more farmers across the countryside began to swear by its miraculous properties. Beacon Pines became famous, a secretive town that, for the right price, shared its gifts with all. Gifts that became more and more necessary in a world where winters grew longer and longer. This is wrong. You can feel it. We can't let Sharper win. Let's see.
Alright, where can we go to change something? Only one option here. Malice.
There was a malice lurking behind those eyes. Like a trap ready to spring. Luca felt the weight of Nuncreed's hand on his shoulder. Something wasn't right. He didn't know why, but something was telling Luca to get out of there. Luca twisted free of Nuncreed's grasp.
Can't trust this Nuncreed fella. He's in on it. The treehouse. Oh, what's his face's name? Mum. Okay, they showed us that for a reason, I'm sure. Alright, we're at the treehouse.
He aired a long holler into the woods.
Rolo.
Luca felt his eyes getting heavy and plopped into the beanbag. He conceded to its lumpy embrace. Once again, Luca found himself in a vast black expanse. This time, he knew exactly where to go. He took a single confident step forward. The world flickered and pulsed. He found himself standing in front of the frigid air of a blazing campfire. The source. He plopped down cross-legged and gazed into the cold flame, waiting. Soon enough, the fire began to die out, popping sporadically, until all that was left was a single ember. Luca stood up and dusted himself off. He plucked the glowing ember from the cold ash, examined it, and slid it
Don't
into
really
his
care
pocket.
about this part of the story, if I'm honest.
A keepsake. The voice of his father spoke behind him. "You made me proud, Buckaroo." Luca turned to face him. "Dad, what is this place?" A warm grin grew across his father's face. A place where everything that had... Luca found himself staring at his father's face, trying as hard as he could to memorize every single detail. "Wait? For what?" Another voice spoke out as Luca's doppelganger stepped forward. "That's up to you." Without knowing why, Luca began to weep. Is any of this real? Are you real?" Luca's father bent down to smudge away a tear. "Of course, I'm as real as the part of you that misses me." Luca turned to look at the older version of himself.
How real is that, though?
"And you?" The doppelganger choked back tears. "I'm as real as the part of you that's angry he's gone. Does that make sense?"
No.
Through his tears, Luca laughed. "I think so."
Hi, Dixie
His
P.
father pulled him in for an embrace. Time to go, buckaroo. Luca was startled
those
from
dream
his dream by
sequences
a
kinda suck.
banging on the floor. A commanding voice rumbled from below. Just
So lazy
as
they
Luca
couldn't be
sprang to
bothered
lock the
animating
entry
it
hatch,
either, right?
the door knocked open.
Oh, it's a dream, you know, we don't have to
Chapter
animate it.
5.
More immersive,
Dangers
maybe.
big and small. Luca stumbled back. He heard the rope ladder creak under significant weight. Keeping his eyes fixed on the hatch, he inched backward to the balcony. As his hand grasped the door handle, Luca froze. A large figure clumsily wriggled up through the hole. The large figure
Oh
cocked its
shit,
head
it's grown up
inquisitively.
Rolo.
Luca's jaw dropped.
Yeah.
He peered more closely at the man standing in front of him. Something about him was undeniably Rollo, only bigger, older, changed. Rollo proudly presented his hands to Luca.
He's got pretty big, like, forearms. I don't know if his hands are that big.
Luca moved to the side and pointed Rollo to his reflection in the balcony window. His hands shot up to his face.
Oh, licorice, eh? That's what the link is all about. Well, let's look on the bright side.
Rollo shadowboxed a few jabs. With a yelp, Rollo dove behind Luca.
Okay.
She shot a nervous glance at Rollo. Beck's eyes.
Oh shit, dyed it with some stuff from chemistry set. Yeah, it's a bit more charming like early on. Now that I've heard it for like 5-ish hours, it's just kind of skipping through it, you know?
tried to put on a smile.
Damn. Laying it on hard against the mum, eh?
She sighed, and after a moment, looked down at Beck sympathetically. She flashed a sly grin and tousled Beck's hair.
Yeah, can we get back to the story? I agree. But I think I'll pick up some bad guy radio transmissions. Excellent. For the festival. What? Festival's tomorrow. Isn't it? Maybe we've gone back in time far enough that it's 2 days away. We're in the end game. Oh shit. Don't question the founder, boys. Don't question the founder.
Luca gave Rollo a quick elbow to the ribs.
Yes. Two days, okay. 2 days away.
Beck flicked a large sheet of paper out of her pocket and slammed it on the floor.
Oh shit, founder's office.
Rollo started to wiggle with excitement.
Oh
Chapter
shit.
6.
The heist.
They spent the night's end huddled around that small map, formulating a plan to infiltrate the headquarters of Perennial Harvest. It would be no small feat. A modern facility equipped with all manner of technology, not to mention the swarm of clipboards that would most certainly be scattered throughout. By the time the sun began to peek through the car window used as a makeshift balcony door, all were in agreement. This could just work. The final day before the festival would be used to prepare. They'd need to pool every resource at their disposal, pull every favor with a thread. Even enlist some unsavory characters around town with important tasks only they were suited for. Luckily, there was enough ill will and mistrust toward Perennial Harvest that alliances could be found at a bargain. Luca, Beck, and Rollo rubbed their eyes as they exited the treehouse. They hadn't slept at all that night. There was no time. The festival was to begin in one day, and they each had their assignments.
It's daytime already? They hadn't slept? Well, I suppose Luca slept on the beanbag, right?
He waved vaguely at Rollo's sizable figure. Beck snorted an involuntary giggle.
Okay, a bit of a heist and tune going on.
They each looked at each other with sleepy confidence and nodded.
Oh, damn. Going hard on those keys. What am I doing? Biggie and Tish. Jeff. I don't even know who Jeff is. Who's Jeff? Is this Jeff over here? No. Who's Jeff?
Toby looked up from the clip.
Who's Jeff? This isn't Jeff, is it? No. Iggy and Tish. Hey, this way? That's not Jeff, right? Oh shit, there are borders onto them. Oh, this is Jeff.
Jeff wheezed out a long snicker. The joy in Jeff's face drained instantly. Looking into the sullen eyes of his would-be accomplice, Luca blurted out the first word that came to mind.
Jeff's hardware. The effects of the foul when there are no
Okay, fight didn't work. Come back.
Luca wasn't ready. He shouted out.
Shit. Hide.
Jeff's brow perked up. Sensing some traction, Luca carried on with vigor. Jeff's scowl faded with a sigh. One good stop
Baited him out, eh?
was all Jeff needed to
baited,
drive
Jeff.
his point home. Luca offered out his open hand to seal the deal. With a firm and dusty grip, Jeff reciprocated.
Okay, Jeffson. All he wants is 5 bags of sour gobs. Didn't Rollo like sour gobs as well? Supposed to talk to this person?
Iggy raised an eyebrow. Iggy gave a reluctant shrug. Iggy considered the point.
Okay, here we go.
A wild-eyed grin spread across Iggy's face. Iggy glanced over to Tish, who nodded in agreement. With a quick nod, Luca was off.
Okay. Yeah, I missed it.
Iggy gazed up at Tish with a smile. A single tear ran down Tish's cheek. Chapter 7. Into the heist. A good heist requires preparation, and thorough preparation takes time, something they had precious little of. So far, everything was in order. Jeff, Iggy, and Tish all agreed to do their part. Beck radioed Luca that night with a simple and covert message. "We're locked and loaded on my end." And Rollo, after a lengthy confession, managed to persuade Roxy and Fitz to help. He stowed away in mission control for the night to avoid attracting attention. Rollo, being uniquely suited for the role, would be the first to breach perennial harvest. The outfit provided by Jeff wasn't perfect, but a convincing disguise is 10% wardrobe, 90% confidence.
Okay.
Rollo took a few vigorous breaths and shook out his arms. He had to think quick. Rollo sighed, adjusting his tool belt.
Okay, here it goes. Let's have to talk about the founder.
With a stroke of his mustache, Rollo proceeded into the Perennial Harvest headquarters.
Doesn't look like the box is going to fit in the door.
He stammered and flipped through the pages of his clipboard. Rollo interrupted with urgency in his voice. Rollo panicked.
Oh man, you better get that checked out then.
The distraction was enough for Rollo to regain his confidence. The clipboard fumbled around in a frenzy.
Alright, splitting up. Left.
Solomon stopped in his tracks. A veneer of confusion flashed across Solomon's face. His words rushed out dramatically.
Oh, it's a stitch up.
Solomon's facade briefly faltered.
Oh shit, he's gonna have like a trap door in his office or something, right?
Luca happened to notice a plaque above the door. Luca tried the handle. Solomon leaned forward to examine the mechanism. Luca smiled and looked at his watch. She mimed a quick hat tip and ambled off with a whistle.
Okay, destroyed the electricity. Don't think that room that they're in here has any windows, so how's it still got
The light on the keypad
lights?
changed from red to green. Luca switched on his walkie-talkie. On the computer screen, a green cursor blinked in a password field. Luca pecked out his best guess: underground secrets.
How does he know about that?
The screen blinked to life. Columns of green numbers glowed on a black background.
Didn't think we'd heard that in this timeline.
Solomon's jaw clenched into a half smile. Luca quickly scanned the columns for number 24601.
Bingo bango.
Once again, Luca scrutinized the numbers on the screen. In that moment of distraction, Solomon reached forward and pressed a large red button.
There's the trap door. No. The alarm.
He quickly skimmed the screen with his finger. Mr. Kerr approached with a sneer and spoke into his walkie-talkie. With self-satisfaction, he called into the hallway.
Oh, is that the dead-end hallway? What? Those clipboards are cowards, man. Just let them run right past. Making me proud in the most frustrating ways. That's good. I like that.
Nellie leaned over to examine his teeth. Rebellious. Nellie sighed.
He's dead. Oh shit, the vial.
Solomon muttered inaudibly. Solomon once again muttered.
I get so angry with all my comments, he's gonna break out in a fit of rage.
Luca held his hand up to the ashtray.
What about his coat or his something? No.
With a subtle, quivering lip, a smile crawled across Solomon's face.
No, can't jump out of there.
Luca tugged on
file
each of the
cabinets?
cabinets. They heard the trampling of frantic footsteps from the hallway.
Oh shit. Oh, here he comes, revealing his devious plan.
Her eyes searched the floor in thought. Solomon watched eagerly, waiting for the flicker of epiphany. With a sickened look, she peered into his soul.
Sickened.
Solomon clapped with genuine delight. Solomon glanced down, examining his youthful form. Kerr presented it with a theatrical twirl of the hand.
Oh shit, here he goes.
Before he could finish, Rollo snatched the vial from Kerr's palm.
You fool!
Rollo casually tossed the vial to Luca. Luca jiggled the vial mockingly. She held it tightly behind her back. Solomon sighed, speaking in crisp, measured syllables.
How are these kids getting away with this?
He pursed his lips with feigned sincerity. A deep uncertainty washed over Beck.
That's definitely not going to happen.
She looked to Nellie shakily. With a dispirited nod, Nellie sighed in defeat. Beck slowly approached Solomon. With apprehension, Beck conceded. Solomon pocketed the vial and brushed off his shoulder with a sharp flick.
Yeah, Mr. Kerr, you are rubbish.
The blood drained from Kerr's face.
Oh, was it already festival day?
Solomon shook his head with gratification. Muffled applause resonated faintly through the walls.
There's got to be like a secret exit out of this office, right? You're a bad guy. You got to have a secret exit.
Nellie was staring at the floor.
Oh, shit.
The color dropped from... Luca was overwhelmed with emotion.
And we know that his mother is secretly his grandmother.
A sudden explosion sounded from the hull. Chapter 8. Comeuppance. Ears still ringing, Gran picked herself up off the ground. Through the dust and smoke, she looked over to see Mrs. Fratelli helping Hiram Tolliver to his feet. She'd had to beg, borrow, and steal to acquire those explosives. How many nights had she spent visualizing how she'd use them to make things right? And now, her one shot at destroying the source, that damned hole that swallowed so much of her life, was gone. Traded for this jagged hole in a wall and a foolhardy shot at rescuing Rollo. With Fratelli and Tolliver at her side, she stepped through. It was a strange feeling. The last time she'd stalked this maze of hallways, it was in a different body. They quickly rounded a corner to find a group of clipboards guarding a door. Something worth guarding is probably something worth seeing. She leapt forward, brandishing her cane. If her last chance at vengeance for things lost was truly gone, she would just have to fight to keep what she still had.
Right. Oh, here it is. The A-team.
They made their way out from deep within Perennial Harvest, just as Solomon finished up his speech. Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket. In one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile.
Oh shit, did his mum sabotage the
With a
vial?
mischievous look, Beck elbowed Luca. Remember when I had the vial behind my back?
A little malice, I think we're going.
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little malice. His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared.
We've seen the green mist. Did he poof whiskey? Oh my goodness. Oh no. Oh no.
The crowd gazed in stunned silence at the now empty stage.
No.
The quiet was broken when William Kerr sprinted off stage and into the distance. He was never seen around Beacon Pines, or anywhere else for that matter, again. Watching the silhouette of Kerr disappear over the horizon, Luca began to laugh. First, a low chuckle that became uncontrolled, heaving laughter. Through his tears, he was vaguely aware that the crowd had begun to laugh with him. That was perhaps a bit of an absurd ending. I'm only writing the damn thing.
Okay. One thing over there. I think we're still on this. Tweak it with a little change.
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little change. His body and face began to contort and
a
expand
penny to do nothing.
as he did.
Especially over this short of a time frame, but alright.
Eris awkwardly cradled the squirming child. She looked to her brother, her voice shaking with uncertainty. She looked back down at the infant with equal parts kindness and terror in her eyes. With a shake of her head, Eris addressed the crowd with a stern scowl.
Okay, is that the end?
Epilogue. Beacon Pines' coldest summer on record came and went without much fanfare. Folks shared what they had, and none were left wanting. The new school year was ushered in by the falling leaves of autumn. After everything Luca, Rollo, and Beck had been through, middle school was bearable. The chill of winter didn't seem to bother people much. They kindled a hope for a better future in their hearts. When spring arrived, farmers planted their crops with a sense of joy and optimism. And as it crept over the town square, across the river, past the neglected welcome sign, and came to rest on a young boy sleeping at dawn. His mind at peace, knowing he is here for a reason.
Dude, it sounds like somebody's using a chainsaw nearby. It was like almost 9 o'clock at night. Alright, epilogue time, guys. Going to meet Rollo at the treehouse. Don't really care to talk to anybody else. Let's just get through the story. Okay, Rollo hasn't become small yet, huh? Beck's house. Slow and dirty harvest, eh? Chief's Wild Ride, okay, they turn the tunnels into some kind of amusement park. What's her mum going to do for work now, though, right? They moved here for a job. Oh, maybe they're going to work as gardeners now. Oh. Okay. Let's go take Jeff's wild ride. Is he going to charge people for existing infrastructure? Oh, we're replacing the tree in my dad's grave.
Is it the end I've been waiting for? Honestly, I'd begun to lose hope of ever finding it. But then you came along. I don't know exactly how to thank you. It's hard to explain how much this means to me. It's funny, now that our time together is finally ending. I'm at a loss for words.
Your nose does sound a bit
watch the end
congested as she's crying. Atomic. Dude, do you think you could plant a tree in weather like that and actually thrive or whatever? I have my doubts. I don't really know too much about temperatures like that, but I have my doubts. Alright, here it is. Bring it home. I don't think we're ever going to visit him again because we finished the game. Oh, my graphics card gets a bit of a workout on this thing, you know? Alright, there we go. That was Beacon Pines. Yeah, I mean, the art was fine. The music was also fine. I think I enjoyed, like, the first session I played of this more than the second. The second kind of just got, like, a little bit bogged down, it felt like. And, you know, they've got that system where you, like, at certain points in the story, you change a word and branch it off into a different path. But it felt very kind of contrived, like, you know, you kind of had to follow this paths in this like specific fashion. Kind of like there's only one very strict path to the end, to the actual end, or to one proper ending, not a joke, everything froze over ending, you know? So could have been better. Would have been nice if there was a bit more like gameplay to it as well instead of story, just like a little bit of something. That's how it goes. They can't all be top tier games. Ones like this just make you appreciate the excellent ones that much more. If I could fast forward through this. Doesn't look like it. We have to look at all the Kickstarter backers. Is that still a popular thing to do in this day and age of game development? Kickstarter backing for games? Not really involved in that scene, but I'm wondering if it is. They had a lot of backers to make this. Oh, do you know what though? I did back. Well, I mean, it was after I played it, but that Warcraft 3 custom campaign. Oh, there was like the remake of the Warcraft 2 campaign in the Warcraft 3 engine. After I played through that, I sent those guys $20 US for their efforts. Figure you gotta, you know, if you enjoy something like that, you gotta figure that you gotta support it, you know. Just about there. We're in the S's now. Oh, I go back and change stuff. Yeah, I'm not looking to do any of that.